Mine too.
Okay,
Eileen, do you have the notice?
I do. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and mailing to the officially designated newspapers a list of the meeting dates annually, indicating that this meeting would take place on Monday, August 17th at 7 p.m. Due to the COVID-19 virus and mandatory quarantines imposed under executive orders by Governor Philip D. Murphy, Millburn Town Hall is closed to the public. A supplemental notice was given in addition to the annual notice due to the transformation of this meeting into a remote virtual meeting. The supplemental notice contained information necessary for members of the public to attend the meeting through the Zoom platform, both by audio and/or video means. The public will have the same opportunity to participate at the appropriate time virtually, just as if they were attending an in-person meeting. This supplemental notice was posted on the Millburn Township website, the Millburn Town Hall bulletin board, and supplemental notice was also forwarded to the officially designated newspapers and published in the item on Thursday, August 13th, 2020.
Thank you.
Mary McNett,
Here.
Jody Sharma,
Here.
Joy Siegel,
Here.
Steve Toger,
Here.
Wolfgang Tutoris,
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Jessica Glatt,
Here.
Chairman Joseph Steinberg.
Here. I wanted to make an announcement first, having to do with the agenda. The first matter on the first of the applications on the agenda was calendar 3752-20, 79 Minisink Road. That matter will not be heard this evening. The applicant is not proceeding. An attorney for an interested party sought an adjournment. The applicant agreed to the adjournment. The case will be heard by this board on September 21st, 2020. Eileen, that meeting is going to be a Zoom meeting,
Yes.
and the notice as to the details of the Zoom meeting will
It's on
be in the
website.
paper
Yep, will be in the paper and on the website.
and on the website.
Correct.
All right, so if anyone is here tonight on 79 Minisink, you're welcome to stay to observe and participate if you'd like in the rest of this meeting, but that particular matter will not be heard this evening. Couple of other.
Joe, we should make an announcement that the applicant in that case will not be required to renotice. The notice that, the announcement that you're making now that the matter's been carried September 21, 2020 at 7 p.m. is the only notice that will be provided to the public.
Thank you. A couple of other matters with regard to the applications that are listed tonight. The only other matter is Springfield 92 Millburn Avenue, I think Urban Renewal LLC. And since the last hearing, based on the resolution that was adopted, the board retained Lee Klein as a traffic engineer. Mr. Klein is here this evening, and in the meantime, today, by email, we received a response to Mr. Klein's report, and the response was made by the applicant's traffic engineer. What I intend to do this evening is I intend, when we get to that matter on the agenda, to swear Mr. Klein and simply ask him if in fact the report that was sent to by Eileen Davitt to all the members of the zoning board, and a copy was also provided to the attorney for the applicant, whether Mr. Klein under oath, agrees that it was his work, and then I will excuse him momentarily so that the applicant can proceed with their case to respond to his report and do whatever else they need to do. I am also hoping in that particular case that this evening we will be blessed with the appearance of Matthew Jessup, who was a member of the public who did testify at the last hearing on July 6th under oath. And we've asked for Mr. Jessup to return this evening so that he testified extremely late in the evening. I don't know, it was either 10:30 or 11 or after 11 when he finished. And board members had questions that they wanted to ask him. And he, as I understand it, was due to come back to the meeting tonight. So I will, at an appropriate time, before we turn the Springfield 92 Millburn Avenue Urban Renewal LLC matter back over to the attorney for that entity, we will hear from Mr. Jessup, and the board members will have the opportunity to ask him the questions that they really didn't have the chance to ask him at the last hearing. All right, in the meantime, we have minutes of tonight's meeting that were circulated to the board members. Is that correct, Eileen?
That's correct. I do have some corrections, just a very few corrections that were sent to me from Mary that I will read into the record.
Are there any of any substance, or are they basically?
No, nothing of real substance. Insertion.
Mary, do you agree with that?
I
Yeah,
can attest that there are no corrections of substance.
Okay. Is there a motion from any board member to adopt the minutes of the meeting of July the 20th, 2020?
Move approval of the minutes of July 20th, 2020.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Jessica. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I hear no one opposed. The minutes of the July 20 meeting with some technical grammatical changes by Mary McNatt have been approved. Okay, now there are some memorializations. The first one, Gail. Do you recall?
Yes, the first one are on the revised agenda today. It is calendar number 3743-20. Christopher and Margaret Craig at 15 Rippling Brook Drive, Short Hills.
Okay, is there,
Who's
who's
received them?
eligible to vote on this one, Eileen?
Eligible to vote are Jody, Joy, Steve, Jessica, Joe, Wolfgang.
All right, you people remember this one. Is there a motion by one of those named individuals to adopt the memorializing resolution?
Move approval of calendar 3743-20.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry.
Call a roll on this one, Eileen.
Jody Sharma,
Yes.
Joy Siegel,
Yes.
Steve Toger,
Yes.
Wolfgang Tutoris,
Yes.
Jessica Glatt,
Yes.
Joseph Steinberg.
Yes. The second one,
The next one is 3747-20, Pierre Navet at 5 Canoe Brook Road, Short Hills.
Same people are eligible.
same people?
Yes.
All right, now do you folks remember this one? Is there anyone who would like to make a motion to adopt this memorializing resolution?
I'll make,
Joy, lean into your microphone.
sure. I'll make a motion to adopt that resolution. I don't know the number.
That's fine, 3747.
3747. Is there a second?
Second.
Jody Sharma,
yes,
Joy Siegel,
Yes.
Steve Toger,
yes,
Jessica Glatt,
Yes.
Joseph Steinberg,
Yes.
Wolfgang Tutoris.
Yes.
The next one is 374820, Charles Morsel at 266 Millburn Avenue.
Eligible to vote are Mary McNett, Jody Sharma, Steve Toger, Jessica Glatt, Joseph Steinberg.
All right, this is the one where there was a partial approval and a partial denial.
That's correct.
All right, is there anyone who would like to make a motion on this one?
I'll move approval of Resolution 3748-20.
Is there a second?
second,
Mary McNett,
Yes.
Jody Sharma,
yes,
Steve Toger,
yes,
Jessica Glatt,
Yes.
Joseph Steinberg.
Yes. And the last one?
The last one is 3750-20, Mark and Randy Burson at 63 Sagamore Road, Millburn.
Who's eligible here?
Eligible are Mary, Jody, Joy, Steve, Jessica, Joe.
Will one of those folks like to make a motion to approve? Steve,
move approval of the motion,
is there a second?
I'll second.
Mary McNett,
Yes.
Jody Sharma,
yes,
Joy Siegel,
Yes.
Steve Toger,
yes,
Jessica Glatt,
Yes.
Joseph Steinberg.
Yes. Okay, we're going to proceed to calendar 3751-20, which is the Springfield 92 Millburn Avenue Urban Renewal LLC matter, which I still refer to as the Saks Fifth Avenue case, but whatever. We know what it is. Okay, now I'm going to ask our shorthand reporter if he will swear.
Well, I brought Gail Price over, so she could just, I don't know who she wants to bring over first.
All right, I'm going to ask that Lee Klein be sworn.
Okay.
Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in tonight's Zoom hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you would just state your name for the record, please.
Lee, middle initial D as in Daniel, Klein, K-L-E-I-N.
Thank you.
And Mr. Klein, you were retained by this board as a traffic engineer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you proceeded to produce
Mr. Steinberg, why don't we have Mr. Klein give us the benefit of his credentials?
That's a good idea.
Certainly. I'm a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is current. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer, and my certification is current. I've been principal of Klein Traffic Consulting since December of 2013. I provide not only traffic engineering services to planning and zoning boards throughout New Jersey, but I also do work for applicants as well. I'm trying to think, I've been before well over 100 boards, and in the last 6 years, I've probably served about 8 or 10 boards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Your qualifications are accepted. Now,
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, I just want you to confirm, you were hired by this board, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I don't know, my computer has gone nuts here.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah, I think Gail Price is sharing her screen. or hit something to share her screen.
Right.
There we go.
There we are. Mr. Klein, you produced a report dated August 7th, 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that report your work?
Yes,
And was it done in accordance with your retention as a traffic engineer by the Millburn Township Zoning Board of Adjustment?
yes, it was.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going
Do
to
you
ask.
want me to
if-
mark that, Mr. Steinberg? Are we marking that as B1, his report?
Yes, that's a good idea. B1 is, which is the board one. Now I'm going to ask, and Mr. Klein, I'm going to suggest that you stick around the entire evening so that you can hear all the testimony from that the applicant may wish to put forth with respect to traffic in this case. And then I will probably be calling on you to state your responses and the positions that you've stated in your report. So you will stay with us, right?
Understood, yes.
I'm going to ask if Matthew Jessup Esquire.
Mr. Steinberg, do you want to let Ms. Price open and decide, tell us how she?
No, I would like to deal with Mr. Jessup first.
Right, but you want to ask Ms. Price, who is the attorney for the applicant, to at least enter her appearance and.
That's fine. I don't see a picture of her.
No,
I'm
but
only-
she is there.
It's here.
She's not on video. You see her name, Gail Price?
I see her name.
Mhm. Gail,
Mr.
you're on.
Price, can you hear us?
And I don't know why. I never have this problem, so.
I'm not seeing.
We can
her
hear
or-
you now. We can hear you.
Yes, okay. So just for
I
the
mean-
record, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but do you want to exit and come back in? Do you think that'll make a difference?
Maybe. All right, let me do that.
Okay, we'll wait for you.
Okay.
Well, Gail, you're back.
I'm
Just
back. No picture.
no picture.
No
Okay.
picture.
All right.
All right. So on behalf of the applicant, as Ms. Fraser notes, I'm here this evening on a continued hearing for Springfield 92 Millburn Avenue Urban Renewal LLC. When we left, oh, here I go. There I am.
Yeah.
Here you are.
When we left last time, it was my understanding that the board was going to retain a traffic engineer. And in that vein, we did receive Mr. Klein's report on the 7th. Eileen was kind enough to share that with us. And I forwarded on behalf of Mr. Desario a response on Friday of last week. So his response is dated the 14th. We supplied Eileen with that on Friday, and we emailed it directly to Mr. Klein on Friday, so he would have that. We sent an additional copy today to Eileen, as well as to your board attorney, together with my cover letter, which was several pages long. So that was our response to Mr. Klein's 8-7 report. So we have Mr. Desario here this evening. I was asked to make sure he came back. I'm not sure, just from a procedural standpoint, I thought that the board was going to have Mr. Klein testify and then Mr. Desario.
The way it's going to work, Ms. Price, is that first of all, as I've indicated, and I don't know whether you heard me.
No, I did. I did.
I want to ask Mr. Jessup, who was asked to return today as well, to come forward and be part of the proceeding. And because he testified very late in the evening, board members really didn't have an opportunity to question him. And then we will proceed to ask you to put on your witness again, traffic expert, to respond to Mr. Klein's report, and then we'll ask Mr. Klein to testify as well.
Okay, just from a procedural standpoint, then I'll just reserve my right of cross-examination for Mr.
Sure.
Klein at the end instead of in the beginning.
Sure.
And any additional rebuttal from Mr. Desario. With regard to Mr. Jessup, I did make that request for him to be available. However, for the record, I just want to note very carefully that he is not our witness, and he works for the Springfield Township. So I am not, I don't have personal knowledge as whether he's available this evening or not, if he is signed in.
He's on the call.
Okay.
He's as
So-
here an attendee. But Gail, before we move on, I know you did submit the Langen report August 14th on
Yes.
Friday. So
Yes.
we mark that as A7 before we slip up. That's the next number I have. Does that coordinate with what you have, Eileen and Gail?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to mark the Langen August 14 report as A7.
And Gail, if we could mark my letter as correspondence.
I think that should be marked as part of A7. your
Okay,
letter.
that's fine.
Okay.
All right, can we bring in Mr. Jessup, please? I believe that I saw him listed as an attendee.
He was listed here before. I do not see him anymore. I don't know if he's.
He's as an attendee. He's right below Mariano family on the list.
Okay, got it.
There he is.
I got him. I brought him over.
No, this has to go back.
Mr. Jessup,
Hello, Chairman.
how are you this evening?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And I want to thank you for coming back this evening because as you pointed out in your testimony when you were here on July 6th, you testified very late in the evening. I did ask board members if they had any questions of you. But I think it was very late and people were maybe not quite awake. But I subsequently have heard from members that they did have questions of you. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask if there's anyone on the board who has any questions they would like to ask of Mr. Jessup.
I have a few, Joe.
Jessica, yes. Jessica Glad.
Yep.
I recognize you. Please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Jessup, thank you very much for coming back. And the chairman is right. It was very late by the time that you testified at the last meeting that you were here. So we do appreciate you coming back. I think my first question for you is, you had said in your testimony that you were speaking, I guess, on behalf of the mayor, and you represented the mayor of Springfield, the township committee, the administration, and I was just wondering if you could kind of explain your role and kind of in what capacity you represent them.
Sure. So again, Matt Jessup, I'm a lawyer with McManaman, Scotland and Bauman, and we are redevelopment counsel to Springfield Township. When I appeared at your last meeting and spoke, I think actually during the public comment period, it was simply, as I mentioned, to reiterate the importance of the project on behalf of the township and to reference sort of the evolution of the traffic study that had been part of the application process in the past. So again, we are redevelopment counsel to the township. We represent the township in connection with various redevelopment matters. If there are properties that are areas in need of redevelopment or areas in need of rehabilitation or potentially eligible to be, we help the township on the legal side in declaring those properties as an area in need, preparing the legislation in connection with approval of a redevelopment plan, and negotiating and preparing the associated redevelopment documents, typically a redevelopment agreement, although not always required, and a financial agreement, better known as a pilot agreement, to the extent that that's applicable in that transaction. So we essentially take care of on the legal side of redevelopment projects for the township.
Okay, thank you. And you also referred to a collaborative effort between Millburn and Springfield that dated back to February of 2019. Could you tell us who was part of that collaborative effort, particularly from the Millburn Township side?
So I was not at any of the township, the Springfield / Millburn meetings. So I can't say definitively, but I can say in general, the working group on the Millburn side was the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the administrator.
Okay, but you said you weren't there for that.
I did not attend any of those intermunicipal meetings. That's correct.
Okay.
They were elected and appointed officials who attended those meetings.
Okay, and then you had said the redevelopment plan was developed with Millburn Review and Impact. Who was that the same group of people that you're referring to when you say that it was redeveloped, that it was developed with Millburn Review and Impact?
Yeah, so I can tell you that the redevelopment plan was shared with Millburn prior to its adoption, so for review and comment. I can't tell you who on Millburn's side actually reviewed that or what comment they may have provided, but it was sent over to them. They did review it.
Do you know who you sent it to?
I didn't send it out. That would have been Millburn's planner. So I'm sorry, that would have been the township's planner. So I don't know, or it would have been the township directly.
It would have been who? I didn't catch that.
It would have been either an official from the township directly or the township's planner. So it could have been the township engineer, could have been the township BA, one of those officials.
But you don't know who exactly it
Who it
was.
was sent to? No, I don't know personally, no.
Do you know when those meetings occurred between Millburn and Springfield?
If you give me a minute, I can look them up through notes.
All right, Jessica, do you have additional questions for this gentleman?
Yeah, I do. You had also said that the redevelopment agreement was drafted to assure certain project details that were requested by Millburn. I was wondering what those details were that were requested by Millburn and who from Millburn made those requests.
Well, again, having not been part of the direct line of communication, I can't say with specificity who on behalf of Millburn made those requests. Again, generally the working group was the mayor, the deputy mayor, and or the BA. But yes, just 1 second. Installation of the traffic signal on Millburn Avenue as the primary entrance and exit for the project. Restricting access to on-site parking other than the limited on-site retail parking to residents of the project and their guests only. No daily parking permits to non-residents. Accentuating landscaping on Millburn Avenue as detailed in a landscaping plan. And left and right turns permitted from the egress of the project onto Morris Avenue, subject to NJDOT approval.
Okay, you said that Millburn jointly, the municipality jointly agreed Millburn would select the traffic engineer to perform the traffic report used to shape the traffic requirements of the project. You know, I'm going to assume that it's the same group of people that you were referring to, but I wanted any confirmation that you have who made this joint agreement that you're referring to, that Millburn selected the traffic engineer. Is it that same group?
Yes, on behalf of Millburn, I believe it was. Again, the idea, I think I may have mentioned this last time, the idea was clearly traffic was, you know, of a paramount focus for everybody involved, including the developer. And the thought process was if we could, you know, collectively at the municipal level, agree on a traffic consultant who would provide their expert views earlier on in the development process, that obviously would save from, quite frankly, expense and time from somebody else doing it. So Springfield, I think, prepared a list of maybe 5 potential traffic engineers and sent it to the town, sent it to Millburn, and Millburn made their selection.
Was that, do you know if that was like a written agreement, or, you know, was any of this in writing, or was this kind of?
I don't know, because I was not the one that actually facilitated, you know, those conversations, that appointment.
So I mean, is there any kind of, I don't even know what the word is, proof of any of this, or this is just kind of like, you know, are you saying there's kind of no physical agreements and this is all just kind of from your understanding? Like, I'm just confused about how this all transpired if we don't have any, you know, written communication or any signed agreements or anything.
Again, I think there were at least 2, if not 3 or more in-person meetings at which these things were discussed amongst the officials. Whether there were also, emails or additional phone calls to say, yes, we discussed the 5, here's who we decided to go to. Again, I wasn't a part of that portion of the conversation.
Okay.
Again,
But the township selected, went with the traffic consultant based on that process.
again, can you give us some idea of when in a period of time in which those meetings may have occurred?
Yes, I was pulling up the other document. Yes, I'll keep looking through my meeting notes here to find when those meetings, the general sense of when those meetings took place.
Thank you.
I think thank you very much. I think that's it for my questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know were any minutes taken at any of these meetings?
I don't know whether there were minutes of any of the meetings taken.
Thank you.
I have a question. You've mentioned a couple of times the mayor and the deputy mayor and the business administrator. Can you put names behind those designations?
I'm sure if I look it up, I mean, the issue is, I know in Millburn that changes year by year, right? And I think some of this may have carried over from one year.
You said you can look it up. You have notes?
Well, when we find the dates of those meetings, we know who the mayor and deputy mayor were at that time, right? So whoever the mayor in 2018 was and the deputy mayor in 2018, it was those, 2 officials.
You said 2018?
Correct, 2018 and 2019.
In your testimony, and I'm looking at the transcript, you said that and I'm quoting now, the collaborative effort between Millburn and Springfield that started nearly a year and a half ago in February of 2019.
Okay, so then that would have been that likely would have been the first meeting, February of 2019.
You were not at those meetings?
I did not attend any meetings between Millburn and Springfield Township.
Then how do you know who attended those meetings?
It's based on the report given to me by my client.
Reports that were given to you in writing?
In writing by my client?
I'm asking you.
No.
You said reports given to you by your client.
Yes. So I would have communications following those meetings, and they would advise me as to who was at those meetings.
And those communications were in writing?
Not necessarily.
Were any of them in writing?
I don't recall. I'd have to check my records.
And you don't recall any names?
It was Diane. I don't want to be disrespectful to the elected officials, but was that Mayor Diane? I don't recall.
Diana Glow?
Mm-hmm.
Record who the mayor was. So if that's who it was, yes.
Who from Springfield was calling you?
I'm sorry?
What person from Springfield was reporting to you on what transpired at the meetings?
It would have been a collection of the township engineer and the business administrator.
From Springfield?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Were you told at any time that any of these decisions that were made, these collaborative efforts by Millburn Township, were the subject matter of any resolutions or public meetings that were held in Millburn?
No.
Did you say no?
I did.
Anyone else on the board have any questions of this witness?
Yes, I have one question. Jessica covered most of the ones that I had in my mind, but I wanted to know if how did Millburn convey their approval of the final document? Was it in writing?
Of what final document?
Well, the final agreement as to what Millburn agreed to in the negotiations? Was there
On
anything?
the redevelopment matters, I don't recall. I do know that the township sent a letter to Millburn memorializing those items.
So I was referring to the collaborative matter. So they did send a letter memorializing.
The Springfield Township Mayor sent, and I see now Diane Fall Iglo sent the mayor a letter memorializing those items in September 2019.
And what items were those?
The four that I referenced earlier in response to an earlier question.
You want to state them again for me, please?
Sure. Redeveloper installation of a traffic signal on Millburn Avenue as the primary entrance and exit to the project. Restricting access to on-site to all on-site parking other than limited parking for retail to residents of the project and their guests only. No daily parking permits to non-residents. Landscaping within the project site on Millburn Avenue per a landscape plan, and left and right turns from the egress of the project onto Morris Avenue, subject to DOT.
And those were the subject matter of the letter, you said?
Yes.
Was there any elaboration on the condition dealing with the left and right turns onto Morris Avenue?
Was there any what?
Did they elaborate at all on the left and right turns on Morris Avenue, subject to DOT?
Not in the letter, no.
What is the date on that letter?
September 6th,
What year?
2019.
2019?
Correct.
Any other questions from board members? Thank you again, Mr. Jessup, for returning.
My pleasure.
Gail Price,
I
your
have-
turn.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Chairman. In connection with Mr. Jessup being asked to return, was there any ask of any Millburn officials to appear in connection with these same questions?
No, not that I know of.
So the board didn't ask for any Millburn input on all of these questions?
That's correct.
And we don't know, we didn't know who to request input from on Millburn Township's part because no one was ever identified.
But it didn't start with anyone, including the existing governing body.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, you want me to recall Mr. Desario to address the content of his responsive report?
I think that would be a good idea. Now, as you pointed out in your opening remarks, your letter of August the 17th, which was 3 pages long, and the accompanying letter from Langen, which I believe was, well, I'm looking at it, 11 pages long. That material found its way into the hands of the members of the board by email today. So there's been very little time for the board members to, obviously, very, very complicated and involved subject matter. But I think it would be useful if you recalled your witness so that he can go through the letter and give us the benefit of his thinking on it.
Okay, I think and I will do that, but the subject matter, when you hear the testimony, I think that Mr. Klein and Mr. Desario were actually in agreement on a number of the items in the report, so it can be streamlined. There were some open issues that I think need discussion, but a lot of the items were actually addressed on the same line of thought by the two traffic experts. And I think I'll ask Mr. Desario to point those out so that we don't spend a lot of time where the experts are actually in agreement. Dan, you've been previously sworn and you remain under oath this evening. You understand that?
I do.
So, Mr. Desario, you've had an opportunity to review Mr. Klein's report and prepare your own responsive document.
Yes.
And that's been marked as A7 for the record. Are you in a position this evening to address the items that are outstanding where you and Mr. Klein may not be in agreement or which need further elaboration for the record?
I am.
Okay. I think you need to talk up a little bit more, Dan, because I'm having a hard time. I don't know if anyone else is.
Same here.
Okay. You just need to speak louder, Dan.
All right, hold on. Let me see if the settings need to be
Not hearing you
adjusted.
well.
You are not, Mr. Chairman?
I am not hearing you well.
No.
Okay, yeah.
He's just going to adjust the settings.
Which now that I am part of the meeting, accessing those settings are not as easy. Hold on one sec. Is this any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. So, Gail and Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you best would like me to do this. If you want me to read the comment that your consultant made and then our response per our letter, I can do it that way. Whatever your pleasure is, I'd be happy to comply with.
Well, the attorney for the applicant has suggested that you might start off by indicating those areas of disagreement between yourself and Mr. Klein. I think that would be, I would approve that way to begin.
Or areas that just need more information, Dan, for discussion.
I can do that. So regarding Mr. Klein's comment number 1, which pertained to the proposed easterly driveway spacing to the adjacent municipal entrance only driveway, the applicant is proposing a separation of the two driveways of 25 feet. Mr. Klein makes reference to NJDOT design criteria. As the board and Mr. Klein is aware, this is a county road. So DOT standards do not necessarily apply. As it relates to the county, our understanding is that the county has no requirements relating to the separation between driveways on adjacent properties. So we would anticipate that we do comply with Essex County requirements.
And DOT is not applicable at all.
That is
because
correct.
It's a county road.
That is correct. Mr. Klein's comment number 2 pertains to providing more detailed analyses as it relates to the intersection of Millburn Avenue and our proposed easterly driveway, as well as the intersection of Millburn Avenue, Glenwood Avenue, and the municipal parking lot enter only driveway. We've provided those additional analyses, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that either the board or he may have, but our conclusions set forth in our response letter is that all movements at both our proposed driveway as well as the existing municipal driveway, as well as the Glenwood Drive intersection work well today and are projected to work well in the future with this proposed project that's before you.
You say work well today. What does that mean? Nobody
Within
using the driveways at this point.
the municipal driveway, there is vehicular traffic using that, Mr. Chairman. I submit to you, and you are correct, there is no one using the driveway to the site today, which is our easterly driveway. But the intersection of Glenwood, the municipal driveway, and Millburn Avenue, all those movements currently operate within acceptable levels of service and will continue to do so with our proposed easterly driveway essentially being reactivated, if you will, for the proposed project.
And it's not, go ahead, Dan, go ahead.
And we provide a summary of the additional analyses within our letter on page 3.
That's what I was going to ask you, that you did give Mr. Klein the additional information that he was asking for.
That is correct.
Could I jump in for a second, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Dan, could we go back to number 1? Are you saying that the site plan right now shows a 25-foot spacing between the municipal lot and your site driveway?
Yes, from the excluding the curb returns for our proposed driveway, the easterly curb line of our easterly driveway and the curb line or edge of pavement for the municipal enter-only driveway are offset by 25 feet.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
With regard to number 3, Dan, you also did some initial work with regard to that, correct?
Yes, and that was part of what I just presented to the board. We did employ the commercial software named Synchro at the request of Mr. Klein to conduct corridor analysis to see if accounting for the adjacent signals at Morris Turnpike as well as Short Hills Avenue had any material effect on the results that were presented originally at the last hearing pertaining to the 2 driveways that are proposed, as well as the Glenwood Drive intersection. And we provided that analysis, and there was no material change in the results that were previously testified to. And again, on page 3 of our response letter, it details the analysis results for the revised analyses. Comment number 4 pertains to.
One second, Dan. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Sure. No, go ahead.
So can we go real quick just through the table? Millburn, the second table, Millburn Avenue and Baltus Rollway site driveway. These are the 50th and in parentheses the 95th percentile queue lengths, AM and PM peak hour. You want to just, so right now that's so I'm just looking at the eastbound and westbound, the far right columns. You've got the AM peak hour 109 feet eastbound, 200 in the AM peak hour. I'm sorry.
So
right, and the 95th percentile is 248 in parentheses. So we've got about 4 to as much as 8 or 9, right? Got 25 feet of car, got 8 or 9 in one direction, 95th percentile speed to 50 queues. The 50th percentile is about 4 cars. You want to just talk a little bit about that and how that affects the operation of Glenwood and the municipal lot, just because they're so close together?
So what Mr. Klein's pertaining to, just for the board's edification, so you can follow along on page 3, if you have our response letter in front of you, it's the table that's entitled 50th and 95th percentile queue length summary. And if you look across the rows that are labeled Millburn Avenue and Baltusrol Way / site driveway, and you look all the way to the right, it summarizes both the 50th percentile queue, which is considered the queue that will occur on average, and the 95th percentile queues, which are anticipated to occur 5% or less of the time during the peak hours. So along Millburn Avenue in both the eastbound and westbound direction, you can anticipate queues from about 4 to 10 vehicles in each direction, depending on which peak hour you're looking at and in what direction you are looking at.
Right, so I guess then the follow-up is, how do those queues at the Baltusrol site driveway, do they extend towards Glenwood Avenue at all?
So Glenwood Drive is approximately 600 feet
Okay.
offset from the Baltusrol Way and our westerly driveway intersection where the new signal is being contemplated. So I would not anticipate the new signal and the queues associated with the operation of that new signal to negatively affect the intersection of Glenwood Drive at all. And the reason I can say that is that the majority of the time, if that signal goes into place, it will show a green indication to Millburn Avenue. So most of the time, that signal will be green to Millburn Avenue. The demands from Baltusrol Way relative to the Millburn Avenue volume, as well as our proposed westerly site driveway, are a fraction of the volumes that are on Millburn Avenue. So in terms of providing an efficient operation, that signal would be green most of the time to Millburn. And that's why you don't have significant queues along Millburn Avenue.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I guess it would just be good. I'll go through all the comments, and then Lee, if you have an issue with anything that I've said, I do. And if it's okay with Mr. Chairman as well as Gail, I think this back and forth is going to be helpful to the discussion, rather than I present it all and then you respond. So,
I agree. But the next thing I'd like you to just talk about is your opinion and thoughts, Stan, on routing traffic for our 5,200 square feet of retail through the site rather than bringing those cars directly out onto Millburn Avenue. And you addressed that in your report at
that's comment number 4.
Correct.
And Mr. Klein raises a question in terms or relative to left turns both into and out of the proposed easterly driveway. And our response is a rather simple one, in that I'm always of the opinion, and it's fundamental to at least the training that I've gone through, you always want to maximize site access and you want to minimize on-site circulation. So in order to do that, you seek driveways that provide the greatest amount of access possible in terms of the turning movements both into and out of each of those driveways, because in turn that minimizes how much on-site circulation would occur. So as it relates to the left turn movement coming in, if that were eliminated, a person that's heading westbound on Millburn Avenue could simply come down to the westerly driveway and make a left turn there. But if they were destined to the retail that's proposed on this site, as the board is familiar with, the retail is located on the easterly side of the project. So if somebody were destined to the retail and they couldn't make a left into the easterly driveway that's proposed, they'd come down to the light, turn left into the westerly driveway, and then circulate through a residential development, being a retail customer, to get over to the retail side of the site. The same thing's true with a left turn out onto Millburn Avenue. That retail traffic, they wanted to make a left turn out onto Millburn Avenue via the easterly driveway, and they couldn't, they'd have to circulate through the site, through the residential area to get to the proposed signal at the westerly driveway to then make the left turn out. So just fundamentally, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to prohibit the left turn movements at the easterly driveway because of those reasons. But more so, and in addition to, the analysis and the additional work that we've done do not indicate in any way, shape, or form any operational issues as it relates to allowing both left turns into and left turns out of that easterly driveway. So we would respectfully request and submit to the board that full access be provided at the easterly driveway. So right turns in and out, as well as left turns in and out.
And that would be one of the many things that is also looked at in connection with Essex County Planning Board application, correct? As it
Yes.
relates to Millburn Avenue.
Yes.
While we're on page 4 of your response, I do have a question. You say, quote, elimination of the left turn movements would not only make it inconvenient for motorists to access the retail, but it would make the development less pedestrian friendly. Why?
Because the amount of vehicular and pedestrian conflict on the site interior would increase, because retail traffic would be forced to drive through the residential portion of the development to get to and from the retail. And it dovetails into what I've been taught, Mr. Chairman, at least fundamentally, you want to maximize site access because in turn that minimizes on-site circulation. If there's no further questions, I'll move on to comment number 5.
I do have a question about the retail.
Sure.
Square footage, could you just remind me how many square footage it is?
I don't have the exact number. It's a little over 5,000 square
Right,
feet.
right. A little bit over 5,000.
Okay, and is the retail intended for the residents or is it intended for the entire community of Millburn, Springfield?
It's intended for the entire community.
Right.
It's intended for what? I missed that.
The entire community. It's open to everyone, not limited to the people that live in this proposed development. It's open to anyone, like any of the other stores along Millburn Avenue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next item, Dan, is, and maybe this is, just an important point to reemphasize that you had testified at the last meeting that the warrants are satisfied for a traffic signal at our main driveway based upon existing traffic today. It's not based upon traffic generated from our development, but based upon what's already out there on Millburn Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the driveway volumes that are projected coming out of this westerly driveway do not in any way, shape, or form meet warrants for a signal to be installed. The volumes that are coming out of Baltusrol Way today are what are driving, no pun intended, meeting the warrants for a traffic signal. So it's the volume on Millburn Avenue and the volume coming out of Baltusrol Way onto Millburn that meet the traffic signal warrants.
So our client's agreement to install the traffic signal, if that's what this board and the county see fit for the project, would be assisting a traffic deficiency that is out there today. And because of the warrants being met with existing traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, the applicant has agreed to install a signal if indeed this board And I guess Millburn Township as a whole would like to see a signal installed there. But the signal in and of itself, in my opinion, is not needed for this proposed development because of the low volumes that this project will generate, and in particular, the low volumes that would come out of the proposed westerly driveway.
But also the levels of service when you do add your site driveway without a signal are what?
If we go back to page 3, which has the intersection capacity analysis summary, which is reflective of the latest analysis results. The levels of service coming out of our driveway would be F, with delays slightly over 50 seconds. And the same would be true for the movements coming out of Baltusrol Way. I would point out to the board that level service F is defined by average delay of 50 seconds or more at stop controlled intersections. So our driveway would be slightly over those thresholds. And then Baltusrol Way in the morning would be slightly over 50 seconds. And in the evening, it would be 74 seconds.
Mr. Desario,
Yes,
I want
sir.
to ask you, I'm not sure this is directly on point because I know you're going through the letter paragraph at a time, but are you familiar with the memorandum received by the board from the fire marshal in Millburn Township?
Yes, sir.
What's your response to the last paragraph of that letter? And I'll read it to you, just so you, in case you don't have it in front of you. We are concerned that the additional traffic created by this housing project will negatively impact emergency response apparatus. While the traffic study indicates the road can handle the added volume, our concern is that added volume of cars will back up from light to light and hamper a safe and efficient response through the area. The operation of preemption equipment should help us respond safely and efficiently through this long section of Millburn Avenue, which is already challenging enough. What's your response to that?
Well, I think that is a concluding paragraph, Mr. Chairman, that continues from the 3 comments above it. So I can capitulate, or I can encapsulate rather, a quick response to all 3 of those, including the paragraph you've referenced. The applicant's amenable to agreeing to comply with all 3 comments with one caveat, and that is the applicant cannot commit to do anything with the Millburn Avenue and Morris Avenue / Morris Turnpike intersection. That intersection is under DOT jurisdiction. I can tell you that it takes an act of Congress to put preemption equipment at a state highway traffic signal, and the applicant cannot commit to that. However, the applicant is willing, and consistent with the applicant's willingness to always try to work out an amicable solution and be as responsive as the applicant can. As it relates to Short Hills and the proposed signal at the westerly driveway / Baltusrol Way intersection, the applicant will install preemption equipment, subject to obviously county approval because it's a county road and these are county traffic signals, to facilitate the movement of emergency vehicles along that corridor as needed.
Can you define preemption equipment?
So basically, preemption equipment allows a emergency vehicle with a transponder in it to essentially, in simple terms, hit a button that will change the traffic signals to indicate a green indication to the approach that the emergency vehicle is coming along. So I'm sure everyone, maybe not everyone, but I'm sure everyone has probably encountered a situation where an emergency vehicle has been coming through a signalized intersection and the signal turns red to maybe the approach you're on and then changes to green to the approach the emergency vehicle's on. In order to facilitate that kind of control over a signal, preemption equipment has to be installed at the signal, and then the emergency vehicle itself has to have a transmitter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we know, along those lines, do we know, does the Millburn Fire Department have, or Millburn Police Department have transponders installed in their vehicles?
I do not know, but that is a good question, and it did jar something in my memory as it relates to preemption. You can have those that are proactively controlled with a transponder in emergency vehicles, or you can have a siren responsive preemption equipment, where if it
And,
hears a siren, then it directionally will change the signal to the direction that the siren is emanating from.
and just to be clear, so the applicant is willing to pay for this kind of equipment. Does that include equipment needed in the vehicles?
No, only at the signals.
Okay.
And which signals would this be installed at? Would it be installed at throughout the Millburn Ave or any specific signals?
Millburn and Short Hills, and Millburn and Baltusrol Way / our proposed westerly side driveway. So those two intersections and those two signals.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to state the obvious, if the equipment's installed at the signals, but the equipment is not installed in the vehicles, we haven't really accomplished anything, right?
Nope.
Well,
And-
the fire marshal has asked for it, so we are indicating that we will comply with the fire marshal's ask. So if the fire marshal is asking for something that they can't use, that would be, to us, not a valid ask. So we are stating a condition that we're willing to agree to work with the fire marshal, and to the extent to the police, necessary with the police, but that we will address the preemption and synchronization of those two signals, and make sure that the equipment there at the lights are properly addressed with the preemption equipment deemed necessary by the fire department. They asked for it, so that's what Mr. Desario is responding.
Well, just so we're all on the same page, the paragraph in the battalion chief's letter talks about 3 intersections.
I
Short Hills Avenue
understand.
and
Mr.
Millburn
Chairman,
Avenue.
yeah, we're not talking about Morris and Millburn. And Mr. Klein acknowledged also that that intersection, Morris and Millburn, was not an intersection that should be considered for the synchronization. That's a state intersection, state signal. So we're talking about the 2 signals that we can have reviewed by Millburn and by the County of Essex, and work with your emergency services departments.
Thank
And
you.
spread-
Proceed, Mr. Desario.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Comment number 6 continues the signal warrant discussion. Mr. Klein points out that as it relates to some of the signal warrants, when you have right turn volume, as you do with Baltusrol Way, you can use a reduction of the right turn volume when you're evaluating whether a signal is warranted or not. We did a sensitivity analysis as it relates to reducing the right turn volume for signal warrant purposes of the right turns coming out of Baltusrol Way onto Millburn Avenue. And if they were reduced by 30%, you would still meet a warrant for a traffic signal. It's not common to reduce the right turn volume when you have a single lane approach, which is the case with Baltusrol Way. But nonetheless, we wanted to respond completely, and as such, we did do the sensitivity analysis.
I'm sorry, could we go back, and I apologize, but I just want to make sure I understand on the last point where the fire marshal's letter calls for equipment on 3 signals because they feel it's warranted. And the applicant's response, which is appropriate, is that, well, the 3rd signal, the Morristown Millburn signal, we have no control over. So although the fire marshal thinks there should be a signal there as part of a 3-signal system, we can, because of this construction, we can only put in 2 signals. That, am I correct in my understanding, right?
First, let me just preface the fact that in our Springfield approval, there was no indication of any concern for firefighting, police services, ambulance service, and there was a complete sign-off on access to the development. In terms of working with
I'm
the
sorry, when you
fire
say
mar-
complete sign-off, what does complete sign-off mean? I don't know what that means.
It means that there was no open issues in Springfield for any of the life safety department treatments, no conditions that were not satisfied, no conditions pointing that there was an issue with access from any of the road networks, including the intersection of Millburn and Morris. So to the extent that we are addressing what we feel is necessary, we are willing to work with the fire marshal and have that conversation. We just received this report, so this report can be something that Dan works with Mr. Klein and with the fire marshal. That's and with the county, because the county is going to have to sign off on this as well. They're going to have to approve the equipment that the fire marshal wants. At the end of the day, the county is going to have the say as to what goes on those signals or not. We can ask for it, and your traffic engineer can say, yes, we want it. Millburn Township wants this, and we can all have that conversation. But at the end of the day, it's up to the county.
Right, okay, that's fine, but I just want to be clear that my understanding is accurate. And I don't think there's anything that you said that tells me that my understanding is not accurate. So my understanding as I described it is accurate.
That
Right?
we are not doing Morris and Millburn.
That you cannot. It's not within your power to do it, even though the fire marshal thinks it should be part of the solution.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Does that intersection, the Morris and Millburn, does it already have this kind of preemption at the intersection, or that's something to be approved by NJDOT, since this is state jurisdiction?
If you are asking me, I don't know if there's preemption at that existing traffic signal. I'm not sure. And yes, that is DOT jurisdiction. They control that intersection.
Okay. Is there a way we can find it out?
If we take a break at some point, I probably can go on Street View and take a look and see if there's any preemption equipment on any of the signal arms. Okay,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Desario, one question back to the preemption. Is preemption, would you say that that's kind of a cure-all for, emergency responders being able to get through? Or is it conceivable that even with preemption equipment installed, that traffic could be so backed up that even if the light changes, it's going to still delay response time?
It is not a cure-all. What the cure-all is that people get out of the way of emergency vehicles when they are proceeding down a roadway. And if that means the emergency vehicle has to go onto the oncoming side of traffic to get through, then that's what they should do. The reason why people have, or emergency vehicles have trouble negotiating oftentimes is because people just don't get out of their way. I don't know if people just are frozen with shock, so to speak, and don't know how to react to an emergency vehicle proceeding. But if everyone would just veer off to the side and allow that vehicle to go down the middle of the road unimpeded, there would be no issues with their ability to respond to any emergency. And just so the board understands, preemption and that equipment doesn't instantaneously change the signal. The signal still has to go through. If there's any type of pedestrian crossing indication that's occurring, it still has to go through that indication. So there is a delay from when the signal, I'm using the word signal too much, but if an emergency vehicle sends a signal or a message to a traffic signal to change, it does not happen instantaneously. The signal still has to come out of the phase it's in, and if there's pedestrian indications, it still has to count down in terms of the flashing hand before it can change over. So preemption equipment is good to have, but it is far from a cure-all.
If we take a break, as Dan said, we'll take a look at that intersection and see, because DOT may have already approved it at that intersection. So we'll check it out and see. Okay, I think that takes us down to.
Yeah, we're at number 7. That comment essentially pertains to coordinating the new signal with the Short Hills Avenue signal, and the applicant's certainly amenable to pursuing that coordination. Obviously, it would be subject to county review and approval because it's going to be 2 county signals, but certainly we're amenable to pursuing that they be coordinated with each other.
Right, there's no problem with that comment.
None.
Okay, then that takes us to number 8, and I think this is, you did the requested synchro analyses that Mr. Klein asked for.
Yes, and again, as I testified to for one of the previous comments, we've accounted for the Short Hills Avenue traffic signal as well as the Morris Avenue / Morris Turnpike signal and looked at the corridor, and there was no noticeable changes to any of the analyses that we previously testified to, and the results of which are contained on page 3 of our review letter. Number 9 pertains to the provision of a shuttle bus by the applicant, and as we've responded in the letter, the applicant is amenable to providing a shuttle service, but only if and when it is warranted. So as the project is built out and as residents move in, if there's an indication that there's a desire to have a shuttle service between the site and the nearby train station, the applicant would commit to providing that shuttle service.
How would the applicant know whether there's a desire or not?
I would defer to the applicant to answer that specifically, Mr. Chairman. However, I can submit to you, based on my discussions with them, they would routinely survey the residents to determine if there's a desire for shuttle service or not.
Right.
Number 10, comment number 10 pertains to Township of Springfield school buses using what Mr. Klein has indicated as the Thomas Street access, which is essentially the driveway that comes out to Morris Avenue. And the applicant's amenable to providing the Board of Education and any school bus drivers the ability to go through the gated access that is proposed for that access point in order to enter the site. But the applicant can't be held to guaranteeing that all school buses would use that access point. And it's certainly, with all due respect, not within the purview of this board or Millburn Township as a whole to try and dictate where school buses can enter and exit a property. But certainly the applicant is amenable to allowing school buses to come in through and go out, quite frankly, that gated access that's proposed.
So in terms of a stipulation, the applicant has no problem providing the Board of Ed with the access to come in and out of that drive off of Morris, that was one of the conversation pieces at the last meeting. And we were asked to go back and take a look at that. And Mr. Klein raised it in his report as well.
If I can say one thing, and just to note, all the elementary schools are east of the development on Morris Avenue. So that would be the reason why we would be looking at that as a stipulation.
That's fine, and we have no problem working with the Board of Ed and providing that access to them. We just can't guarantee that they're going to use it, but we can definitely give them the access.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
That would be an access through Thomas Street?
Yes, providing them with the access through the gated entrance on Morris so that they could come in and out that way.
That would be dependent upon Springfield requesting that, right?
We would put that on an administrative ask for Springfield and coordinate it with the Springfield Board of Ed.
What I'm saying is that if the residents on that street go to Springfield and say, we don't want this bus on coming up and down our street, Springfield could say, okay.
No,
we'll
it's our street.
Let me finish. Then we could just send the bus on Millburn Avenue, and that would be the solution.
It's our street that we're talking about. I think you're thinking of a different street. This is our property that goes out to Morris Avenue.
Yeah, okay, but Springfield has to want to do that, want to use that street. They have to want to do it. And we don't know that they want to do that.
I'm making a representation, since it's our property, that we will take it back to Springfield and we will grant the Board of Ed,
right,
grant them the access rights, which is what we can do, you know, as an
I know, but I'm just saying Springfield hasn't requested it, and we don't know that Springfield would in fact use it. Right? That's all I'm saying.
That's right. Just like we don't know where anybody's going, what road anybody's going to take when they come out of their house. But if you tell people, this is the road that you have access to, so if you want to come in and out of this road, we're affording you the right to come in and out of this road to pick up our children. That's what we're willing to do as an accommodation to this board, despite the fact that it's Springfield's children that we're talking about.
Comment 11 pertains to the traffic signal that's proposed at the Westerly driveway and Baltusrol Way. And we've discussed that previously in terms of the queuing along Millburn Avenue and the fact that it will not negatively impact the Glenwood intersection.
So, Mr. Klein, I mean, there appears to be a real difference of opinion on this. Could you offer us why you feel that there may be a detrimental impact to traffic flow along Millburn Avenue?
I was just putting that comment out there for discussion. Whenever you introduce a traffic signal along a road that doesn't stop right now, you're creating stops for that road. So in other words, Millburn Avenue stops at Morris and it stops at Short Hills Avenue, but right now it doesn't stop at Baltusrol. So we're introducing a signal, they're gonna be stopping, creating a little bit of a queue, and then as Mr. Desario has testified to, that queue will dissipate, and he doesn't think that that queue will extend much more than 8 or 9 vehicles, even at the worst 5% of an hour during a peak hour. So that was just my comment, just for some discussion here.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Desario. Just, it's a point. You referred to agents, approval of any agency or board. Would that be a condo board?
I don't know specifically what you're referencing, but no, anything in my testimony would not pertain to any condo board. No, no.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Comment number 12 pertains to providing left turn lanes along Millburn Avenue at the Westerly driveway, proposed driveway and Baltusrol Way intersection. And again, like most things pertaining to Millburn Avenue, it's a county road and it will be subject to county review and approval if the board grant us approval for this application. When I look at it holistically, my feeling is we shouldn't provide left turn lanes. And that's kind of counter, probably intuitive to what you would otherwise think a traffic engineer would say. Because usually we want to move traffic as efficiently as we can. But given the context of this area, I would think it would be this board's as well as Millburn Township's goal to create a pedestrian-friendly environment and really give hierarchy, if you will, to pedestrians as opposed to vehicles through this section of Millburn Avenue. To introduce left turn lanes, that is only going to encourage vehicles to drive more quickly through this area because it will make traffic flows smoother. Sometimes traffic flows having some conflicts is a good thing. And I think putting left turn lanes at this intersection would be counterproductive to what I think is the environment that this board, as well as the township as a whole, is trying to create. So I think with that context, we really want to put pedestrians front and center and vehicular flows second, and providing left turn lanes would be counterproductive to those goals. I would point out to the board that as part of the traffic signal, there will be pedestrian traffic signal heads with pedestrian indications and push buttons. So there will be pedestrian accommodations built into the traffic signal system itself. But doing the left turn lane certainly is going to encourage higher speeds of travel through this area. And I want the record to be clear, and I want the board members respectfully to be clear. If the board or Millburn Township as a whole desires left turn lanes, the applicant is amenable to pursuing those with the county. But in my opinion, and respectfully, again, I submitted to you, I do not think left turn lanes are appropriate for this specific area.
Mr. Klein, I'm going to ask you to jump in here and ask you to give the board the benefit of your opinion on that same issue.
Yes, no, I tend to agree with Mr. Desario. Like this afternoon, I was in South Orange Avenue through South Orange. There are intersections with left turn lanes. It can become a little intimidating for people to cross those sections of South Orange Avenue with basically a 3-lane cross section. I don't believe the volumes even warrant an exclusive left turn lane. The left turns into both Baltusrol, well, Baltusrol is a little high, but the left turns that go into the site, I don't believe that that's warranted for that left turn lane. But I think the levels of service with the traffic signal, I'm sure it'll have they haven't done the timing yet, but I'm sure, as Mr. DeSerio said, it'll rest in Millburn Avenue. When the light turns red on Millburn Avenue, vehicles will queue up and then they'll be able to turn in. And as Mr. DeSerio said, you're going to introduce a little bit of friction to slow traffic down a little bit. If the signals are coordinated, the Short Hills Avenue and this new signal are coordinated, that'll make traffic flow a little bit better. But I think if you look at the cross section with a 3-lane cross section, I think it can be a little bit intimidating for a pedestrian to cross. And again, you'll lose a few on-street parking spaces, which I think are pretty important in this area as well.
Is there a plan for any pedestrian crossing in that area, in any of those intersections?
I'm sorry, is there a what for pedestrian crossing?
Is there going to be a marked pedestrian crossing in any of those areas?
Yeah, there'll be crosswalks. I think their traffic signal plan shows crosswalks across Millburn Ave.
Okay.
Yeah, at least on one leg of Millburn Avenue, the east leg of Millburn Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dan, the next is paragraph 12, correct?
13.
13, yes.
Sorry, 13.
And again, it pertains to the use of Thomas Street or the driveway that exists out to Morris Avenue. We have had that discussion at an earlier comment. And again, the applicant is willing and amenable to providing school bus access through that gated access point.
Well, this goes a little bit further, Dan, on this stipulation. And it also talks about other users, correct?
Yeah, we're talking about also refuse collection,
Yes,
moving vehicles,
correct.
the moving trucks, I assume that means.
Yes.
And guests.
Yes, so,
And delivery vehicles too, like Amazon, FedEx, stuff like that.
well, those are going to be harder to provide, access to, because they're going to come, wherever they come from, and they're going to be servicing, just as they would anybody. But in terms of the refuse collection and the moving trucks and any guests, we are willing to stipulate for the record that we'll provide those people who we have control over. Before that question is asked, we have control over those parties, and we will provide them with access. So that's, since the last meeting, those issues were raised, and we can provide that condition and that stipulation for the board.
Does that mean getting rid of the gate?
No, it does not mean getting rid of the gate.
Well, how do guests get in?
We will provide the residents will have, the gate is probably going to be coded, not card. So it'll be coded. So the homeowner, the tenant will give their guests the code to come in. It happens all over the place, Mr. Chairman.
Could you review?
Let me just add to that, because I want to talk a little bit about the deliveries, which I think Mr. Toger brought up. I live in a gated community in Florida, and it's routine for delivery services such as FedEx, UPS, the mail carrier. They have the code, and they can use the code to come in the gate. And if we have visitors, there is a guest code, that's provided. So I understand that you can't give any assurance that if you give the code to a delivery service such as FedEx or UPS or whoever may end up delivering Amazon packages, that they're going to come in that way. Right. But I think it hurts to give them that code, because we'd like to see those kind of vehicles have the ability to use that entrance whenever possible.
Well, let me just check with our client on that issue, okay? When we take a break, I can get back to you on that too, all right?
Just a very brief summary, just very briefly. The rationale for the gate is
I
what?
was gonna ask that. Okay.
Do you want me
Go ahead.
to answer,
Go
Gil?
ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
The rationale for the gate is to prevent this project from becoming a cut through between Morris Avenue and Millburn Avenue. It is as simple as that. And it's something that evolved in the redevelopment plan process with Springfield Township. And again, respectfully, I submit to you, it's my opinion that that gated access is appropriate given the concern for a potential cut through.
Well, why would anybody cut through this property if they have the ability at the traffic light on Short Hills Avenue and Morris Avenue to take the turn into Short Hills Avenue and go right up to the light at Millburn Avenue across the street from the Catholic Church and taking a right turn and go right down into Millburn Center?
Mr. Chairman,
Why would anybody want to cut through here?
because
To avoid
this,
the traffic signals.
Pardon me?
To avoid traffic signals. It happens all across the state, and that's why it's a
Well,
violation.
But they wouldn't be avoiding a traffic signal. These people
They
want
would
to
if
put
they
a
were
traffic
coming-
signal in.
They would if they were coming, I don't know what direction it is. I'm not good on the east-west.
North.
If they were coming towards Millburn Avenue from Springfield, and they could make that right into that driveway, that gated driveway, they would avoid the traffic signal at Millburn and Morris Avenue. They would avoid the new traffic signal at Baltusrol. And, they'd cut through the whole development, the easterly driveway where the retail is, and avoid both of those traffic signals so that they can get farther down Millburn Avenue and avoid that traffic in those traffic signals. It happens all over the state right now.
It's a way of life.
But I think what the chairman said was traffic traveling in that direction that you're saying, Ms. Frazier, is that they'll make the right turn on Short Hills Avenue, and they're doing it today to avoid a bigger piece of Millburn Avenue, getting up to the light and then going past the school if they're going to be making that right turn. To cut through this site, to come in Thomas, make a right turn and another loop around the site and then another left turn and then go out the unsignalized driveway. I mean, I think I might do that once by accident, and after that I'll realize that's a tough cut through. But again, there's reasons for the gate other than that possibly.
Exactly.
It also depends on what the traffic ends up being like at the Millburn Baltusrol light. I mean, if that ends up being sticky there, and if it also gets a little bit gummed up at Morris and Millburn because of this development, then it's conceivable that could be, that could be somebody's habit, and that the gate would prevent the development of such a habit.
and I would just, not to belabor the point, but if the Short Hills Avenue connection, if you will, between Morris Avenue and Millburn Avenue were the best way to go, you would not have anybody going down Morris Avenue and making a right on Millburn, and you do today.
No, that's not true. Because if you want to get to Baltusrol, you don't go Short Hills Avenue to Millburn and make a left on Millburn. You go up to Millburn Avenue or Morris Turnpike and make the right. That's how you get to Baltusrol.
You're assuming that everyone that makes a right turn, and I don't want to be argumentative, so please don't take it that way, but people make a right turn from Morris on the Millburn. We don't provide the gate, you will get cut through traffic through this project, and that's what we're trying to prevent.
I'm not sure why that's such a big deal.
Well, let me just jump in here and see if I can cut to the chase. The project is already, designed with a gate, and that's not going to change. We have no problem providing the code information to the deliveries, whether it's code or intercom, one or the other. I can't stipulate to the format tonight because I'm not really sure how we're going to end up, whether it's going to be a combination of intercom and code. So I can't be that specific, but we will provide that information for deliveries as well. So now you have the gamut of those services. We can't guarantee that 100% of those are always going to occur that way naturally, but we can make that representation that they will be supplied with the information from the tenants. Okay. Dan, I think that brings us up to
14.
I think we just did 14 with the, I thought we did it with the testimony, I mean, with the cut
Yes.
through.
I think 13 and 14 were tied together in terms of their substance. That is correct.
Right.
Yep.
And 15 also, because that's the garbage collection,
Correct.
which we just
And
talked
so
about.
garbage collection is through Thomas?
Yes,
The applicant will allow garbage collection vehicles to come through the gated access, but the
so-
applicant can't control where the garbage collection
Yeah.
vehicles drive.
Sure they can. The applicant can't mandate that garbage collection be through Thomas to the garbage collectors? Sure they can.
Is it private collection or is it going to be Springfield collection?
Nobody knows yet.
Yeah, I don't know
I
the
don't
answer
think
to that.
we're not that far down the line yet, but we said that subject to any administrative approval, we are gonna, we said that we would make the refuse come in through that area. That was one of the things that we said that we would agree.
Number 16 is also along the lines of the Thomas Street access point, with a request for emergency services to use Thomas. And again, the response is the same. The applicant's amenable to allowing emergency vehicles to have access through the gated access, but can't be held to requiring and forcing them to use that as a point of access to the site. If it makes sense in an emergency to go down Millburn, they're going to go down Millburn.
Well, you
Bottom
know,
line,
I hear over and over again that the applicant can't do this, the applicant can't control that, but the Springfield Township Committee can. They can control all of that. They can control municipal garbage trucks. They can control municipal fire and police access. It's just a question of the applicant making a deal with Springfield to get those trucks and vehicles off Millburn Avenue.
And for the record, Mr. Chairman, we agree with you. And the applicant is willing to go back to Springfield with those requests. We cannot guarantee you the outcome of those requests, but we certainly will make those requests, and we hear this board loud and clear in terms of your desires as it relates to maximizing the use of Thomas Street over Millburn Avenue. We understand that, and the applicant will go back to Springfield with those requests.
So Joe, is it appropriate for us to find out if Springfield is going to satisfy these first before we take action?
Well, that's an issue. That is certainly an issue for this board to discuss.
And
Well-
just to add to that, in terms of traffic impacts as it relates to peak hour traffic operations, regardless of how vehicles, whether they access Thomas Street or Millburn Avenue, our position is the same. And again, respectfully submitted, this project is not going to have a significant traffic impact along Millburn Avenue in terms of the traffic operations along it.
And we have, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, we are, and then we keep providing, and we've certainly worked with Mr. Klein to give all the information as well with regard to the entire project, all of the residential traffic information. But when we look at the site plan regs, it says give the traffic impact from the non-residential use, which is the 5,200 square feet, and look at the traffic impact on the Millburn streets. That's what the site plan ordinance says. So we would only be looking at this, narrow of an issue, but we have said we will, provide all of the testimony, provide everything with regard to the residential, and work with your traffic engineer so that the entire project is reviewed. But at a certain point, it's a balance. And we have and will continue to listen to your concerns. But, if the applicant stipulates, and I'll put Mr. Leventhal on so he can stipulate for the record, a willingness to bring certain traffic off of Millburn Avenue because he hears your concerns. That stipulation should be sufficient for you as a board, because he's conditioning his actions to make this very large, very expensive project a success, which will take this fallow project eyesore, which cannot be appreciated by residents in Millburn or Springfield, that has been laying there vacant for all of these years. And we're trying to turn it into something that will make everyone proud and provide an aesthetically pleasing situation. So Mr. Leventhal is going to make that stipulation, make his commitment, and honor his word. Mr. Desario can only address the traffic. I can only address the legal. So if you just bear with me, when we finish Mr. Desario, I will put Mr. Leventhal back on for the purposes of making that stipulation, and hopefully you'll feel much better by receiving that for the record.
Well, Ms. President, if I could just mention just one thing. I mean, I know that we're asking a lot of questions and we're really getting into the weeds on this. And I think that what's proposed here is a far cry from what we have. I think many people, I think most of us feel that way, that the potential that has to revitalize that part of Millburn Avenue, I don't think that's lost on us. But at the same time, we also realize that this is it's a big change. It's a big project, and we just want to make sure we get it right.
Sure.
And we don't want to end up, Millburn is a little sensitive to developments that impact traffic flow right now. And we want to make sure that at the end of the day, when it's all done, that we have something that is truly functional and is smooth, for the residents of Millburn.
We get it. I understand that.
I just want to add one thing, because I know your letter, Gail, of August 17th of A7, and even, the statement you just made keeps talking about the narrow issue of the non-residential traffic as a very narrow issue for the site plan approval. And I agree with that as to site plan, but I just remind the board that another aspect of this application is use variance, according to the zoning officer and the Millburn Township Planners Report, because the access drives are permitted accessory uses only for a principal or conditional use that lies wholly within Millburn Township. So while I understand that it is the non-residential traffic that only goes to the site plan issue, the board ultimately is going to have to decide a use variance request as well. And we all know what the standard of review is on that. So I just want to make sure I put that out there, because that aspect applies to more than just non-residential traffic. You have to
Thank
set
you. I'm glad you said that.
criteria.
No, I agree, Gail, and we'll have Mr. Keller back on to elaborate on that again.
Perfect. Okay, thanks.
Where are we up to on the letter?
I think we're approaching
17.
the end.
Yep, 17, which pertains to when this traffic signal that's proposed would be installed. And the applicant will stipulate on the record that we will install that traffic signal as soon as it can be installed, which means seeking and securing the appropriate approvals and permits from the county to allow the installation of that traffic signal. The Springfield Township approval for this board's edification does cap the residential units to 70% of what's proposed and without the signal in place. However, for the record, again, the applicant stipulates that as soon as all approvals are in hand, the signal will be installed.
Continue.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at comment 18 again. I have to read
Yeah.
these.
I know it's hard to.
Yeah, it is. So just forgive me if there's some awkward
That's okay.
silence.
Take your time.
Yep.
Dan, is really just about the roadway network again. It's kind of a compilation of the prior comments. And then 19 talks about parking. And I think Mr. Klein addressed both having too much parking and maybe not having enough parking. It was both ways. The parking is compliant with the redevelopment plan, correct?
Yes.
So I'm not sure if Mr. Klein wants any specific testimony with regard to that issue, or whether he was satisfied on that.
Do you have any other witnesses, counsel?
Yes, when we're all done, I'm going to put.
We didn't cover 18 really in detail. We asked Mr. Klein to address on number 18 his opinion at the end of his comment, please.
Certainly, yeah. Number 18 talks about using some of the existing street network to make additional connections in and out of the development. And I asked about Baltusrol Avenue on the Springfield Avenue side. And just to get a little bit of a history of why that connection is not part of this development, it kind of goes with the Thomas Street being gated off, that sort of thing. So maybe just talk in generalities, or if you have specifics about why the Baltusrol Avenue connection wasn't included.
Okay, can we have that?
Dan.
Please.
Certainly. The access that is proposed as part of this project recognizes that we front a county road and we have a direct access, no homes along it, vis-a-vis Thomas Street out to a state highway. Fundamental to site design, you want to get your traffic to the highest of the hierarchy in terms of road classifications. So it makes sense to provide access, direct access for this project to both the county road, Millburn Avenue, as well as the state highway, Morris Avenue, and not provide a connection to Baltusrol Avenue, which is a residential street. There is a gate out there today at the end of Baltusrol Avenue. I can only guess that at some point that gate was probably serving as another point of access for emergency purposes. And I think the applicant, I don't think, I know, the applicant would be amenable to creating an emergency access point at the end of Baltusrol Avenue, if indeed that's something this board would like to see.
Okay, so this is one of the issues I have is that Springfield has done a very good job of insulating Springfield residents from any negative impacts. How minor or significant they are, I'm not debating. So the folks that live on Baltusrol Avenue are insulated from this major development that's going on right next to them, and the impact on them is, traffic impact on them is zero. But all the folks that live just north of Millburn Avenue, they're all going to be impacted one way or another to some degree. And I just don't know how the folks at Springfield think that that's fair.
Well, I wasn't involved personally. I only attended some of the redevelopment meetings, but I think that's where Mr. Jessup responded to some of your questions, that there were joint meetings between Springfield and Millburn to address some of those opinions of fairness and input by the two towns. Because I was in meeting rooms when the input of Millburn was discussed, and concerns about making sure that there was a traffic signal out on Millburn Avenue so that traffic was adequately serviced, and to try to rectify the situation on Millburn Avenue. So, you know, our position here is based upon the code and based upon Eileen's rulings that we have to justify getting a use variance for this 20-foot strip and the use of the 20-foot strip and the two driveways. That has always been this 20-foot strip and the two driveways. It's not to debate what Springfield did or what Millburn did. It's to try to use this 20-foot strip. And we unfortunately are receiving, you know, we're the recipients of what Springfield and Millburn, you know, may have agreed to or not agreed to over the years. The bottom line is our client is just trying to develop the property and do a great job at it. And he needs permission to use, they need permission to use this 20-foot strip, which has always been used. And they're trying to do it in the best way possible for the two towns, not altering that 20-foot strip at all. And trying to make concessions and trying to do things that will improve the situation for everyone. So again, when Mr. Leventhal can testify, I hope that
we'll hear from him in due course.
Yes.
I think it would be appropriate at this point, Mr. Klein, so that you don't have to come back again, for you to respond to Mr. Desario's comments and any.
But we didn't finish
sources.
number 19. We didn't finish number 19.
Well, I'm sorry. I had one more question with respect to 18. Is that I just wanted to clarify that the exit from the Henry Street, I'm sorry, the Thomas Street exit and entrance is going to be left turn. It's going to be a full motion intersection.
It is not. It will be all movements except left turns out onto Morris Avenue.
That's a problem.
Why is that? Why is that, Mr. Desario?
Because DOT has issued an access permit for this property with a stipulation to no left turns out onto Morris Avenue. And respectfully, Mr. Chairman, as well as board members, with respect to traffic safety, the amount of volume that Morris Turnpike, or excuse me, this section is Morris Avenue, carries across the Thomas Street intersection, you do not want left turns being made in that area coming out of Thomas onto Morris Avenue.
Well, there's no light. There won't be a light.
Agreed. It makes the situation even worse from a safety perspective.
So does the traffic analysis take into account that all traffic is going to be coming out on the Millburn Avenue side in order to go left than on Morris Avenue?
Yes, it does.
No, not left on Morris. No.
No, there's
What I
no left
believe-
turn.
Sorry, right.
Right.
So right, and then
Right. Traffic wishing to go east on Morris Avenue needs to make a right turn out of the site onto Millburn Ave, go to
Right.
Short Hills Avenue, make a right turn, come down to the light at Short Hills, and then make the left onto Morris.
Right.
And the study and the analysis that have been submitted account for just that.
Okay.
All
And then,
right,
so number 19 with the parking, it's up to you. Number
Can
19.
Was any consideration given to providing a traffic signal on the intersection of Morris Avenue and Thomas?
My understanding is a signal was pursued as part of the previous application for the supermarket with the DOT, and it was categorically denied by the state.
Well, when you say categorically denied, you don't know that. You know it was denied.
Yes, it was denied,
When
Mr.
it was
Chairman.
denied, it was proposed as a supermarket, right?
Correct. And reducing it down to a residential development would make the argument for a traffic signal at that location even less compelling.
There's a Wawa that got a traffic signal. Like, it seems kind of counterintuitive, but just down the road, the new Wawa.
Oh, I know the intersection that you're talking about because I worked on the Chipotle right across from Wawa.
Right.
That intersection sees a lot of cut-through traffic, and the Wawa itself generates a lot of traffic. So yes, a signal was granted by the state at that location for several reasons, none of which would apply to Thomas and Morris Avenue.
Because?
I mean, Dan, it's also a spacing issue too, that this is between Thomas and the Millburn Avenue signal. Isn't that a little too short of a, right?
It is, yes. Yep, that's one reason. But to answer the board member's question directly, the volume of traffic coming out of Thomas Street versus the volume of traffic that comes out, and forgive me, I forget the name of the street that Chipotle and Wawa front.
Cleveland.
Cleveland Place, thank you. Is night and day. The amount of volume coming out of Cleveland is a lot higher than the volume that would come out of Thomas as a result of this project. And that signal also serves the retail that's on the other side of Morris Turnpike as well, where the new Wawa signal. So there were a lot of compelling reasons why the department granted a signal there, none of which would apply to Thomas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Klein.
19,
Would you?
Yeah, just,
question 19?
Yeah.
Joe, there's a number 19 that dealt with the parking issue.
And
Oh.
the last item, Dan, was the parking, and whether we had.
Mrs. Cesario, you have
enough-
something to say
enough
about
parking.
number 19?
Yes, sir. The parking supply complies with the redevelopment plan requirements that are govern the development that's before you. I would also respectfully submit to you that the parking supply is actually less than what the residential site improvement standards would otherwise require because it is a residential development. So I would opine respectfully that the parking supply is appropriate for what's being proposed and would otherwise be less than what the state requirements would have for this proposed residential development. And it was kind of, I understand why Mr. Klein made the comment, but it was kind of off-putting, for lack of a better word, kind of made me chuckle because I know Millburn has already struggled with parking in its commercial area along Millburn Avenue, and we're providing, at least in Mr. Klein's opinion, too much parking, and I thought that would have been received as a positive by this board as well as the township as a whole.
well, that parking is only for residents. You said before, you can't lease
Yes.
the spaces out. So it's just for, my point was that, not that this is a transit village, but you're only a half a mile from the train station. If you have a shuttle bus, you really can sell this as hey, folks, move here. You only need one car. If one of you needs a car for the weekend or to drive someplace, take the train, walk up and down the street, shop here, dine here, live here, and commute from here, and it shouldn't be a problem. So that was just the point that I was trying to make.
Okay, I'm going to give Mr. Klein an opportunity to respond to all of these points that were made by Mr. Desario, and then I think we'll take a break.
Yeah, no, I think I did them one at a time. I wasn't shy. If he said something and I needed a clarification, I did. So I really don't have any additional comments on the comments that he made. I think we're pretty much in agreement. I would like to know maybe, which comes first, the shuttle bus or the people that want to use a shuttle bus? If you market the development as, we're only a half a mile from the Short Hills train station, come here, we've got a shuttle bus to take you there on inclement weather and just when you don't feel like walking. So is it a marketing tool that you're going to have, or is it going to be, we'll wait and see what happens if 37 people want a shuttle bus, then we'll go out and get ourselves a shuttle bus. It's a kind of a tricky situation, I think.
And I would have to defer to the applicant's representative to give you more color on that question.
Right.
Okay, now you have the representative of the applicant here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can I just ask Mr. Klein if there are any issues that he feels Mr. Desario has not responded to or not responded to adequately or left any information out that he still needs?
No, I think when he talks about providing the revised analyses, I think it's really just the results of those analyses on the top of page 3 of 11, those two tables that show the different conditions in the build condition with the stop control and a signal, that type of thing. As far as like the interaction of the municipal lot, Glenwood Drive, and your unsignalized driveway, I just think there's some conclusions made by Mr. Desario, but again, I don't have Synchro software, so I can't really look at that software, but if there was a way to show me something, I guess, unless it's in here in these, I guess between the queues and the levels of service of the signalized intersection and Glenwood, we know we're not going to be stepping on top of each other. It's just those, you know what I'm talking about, the tightness of that east driveway, the municipal lot entrance, and Glenwood Drive across from it. Maybe just elaborate a little bit more on that, because you saw the synchro analysis.
Do you still see that as a problem?
No, I just want to feel a little more comfortable that these overlapping movements and, again, some of them are low volume. 2 out of the 3 are already happening. People are turning into the municipal lot driveway. People are turning in and out of Glenwood Drive, but people aren't turning in and out of the site of this proposed easterly site driveway. So introducing those additional 4 movements, I just want to feel a little more comfortable that the analysis that Mr. Desario did using Synchro, which is that simulation software you may have seen in other applications, that there's not going to be overlapping left turn, head-to-head movements, or that create gridlock.
And Lee, based on the signal warrant report that was submitted previously that was part of your review and the subsequent comments, just looking at the projected PM peak hour build traffic volumes, eastbound into Glenwood Drive, there are 10 left turn movements, and westbound into the proposed easterly site access, there are 9. So I would submit to you respectfully that level of volume to those 2 respective points of access are not going to create any issues with overlap.
And then including the traffic that's coming into the municipal lot, additional movements there as well.
That is correct. And where we are lucky enough to benefit from the fact that municipal parking lot driveway is just in only and not full movement, which helps.
That's all for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break now. It's, if I'm correct, it's exactly 9:15, and we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Oh, do you want real, oh, that's,
Lee, did you have something?
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still on. Yeah. No, I just took a quick look at Street View and I actually shared the photograph with Dan. I think there is preemption. Well, you can't see it, but I think there's a preemption device up on the signal at Morris and Millburn. I'm just not sure if the Millburn Fire Department has the proper equipment. Somebody must have it. The fact that it's up there, unless maybe Springfield has it, and that's who uses that preemption. So I guess we could look into that a little bit more.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you all back at 9:30.
We're not signing out, are we? We're just,
No,
No.
wait, right?
Just mute.
just mute, stop your video if you choose.
I'm only not turning my video off because I'm not sure I know how to get it back on. Oh, I see stop video. I can click on that, right?
Yeah, I just don't know how you restart it.
I don't either.
Probably. There, you got it. You're back.
I'm back.
Yep.
I didn't do anything.
Oh.
Oh, I see. There's a little thing there. Let me try it again. Stop. Oh, that's stop video.
Yep.
Now I click that and it's start video.
Yep.
Yeah, how about that? Okay.
See ya.
See ya. See, I know how to do it.
Good
I
job.
don't know where everybody else is.
Getting
There
there.
we are. They're all coming back.
I'm proud of you, Joe.
Hi, Mary McNatt. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good. Okay, we're waiting for Joy and Jody. You can all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know where Joy and Jody are.
We're also waiting for Gail Price.
I'm here.
Gail's
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry.
Oh, where's Gail? There's Gail Price. There's the other Gail. You got Gails all over the place
Yep,
tonight.
Gail's all over the place.
Okay, I think we're all the board members are here. Okay, Gail Price, do you want to recall some witnesses of
Yes.
your own?
Yes, I'd like to recall Mr. Leventhal.
Okay.
So he probably has to be let in.
Is,
Can I, do you still need Mr. Desario here? Can I bring him, put him back as a panelist, or as an attendee, or do you want to?
yeah, Mr. Desario is not going to be heard from again, I think, tonight.
Was Mr. Leventhal sworn, previously sworn?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he was sworn at the last meeting.
Okay.
I think. Scott, you were sworn at the last meeting, right?
Yes, I believe I was.
Okay.
Yes. So
You
Mr. Leventhal.
you understand then that you are still under oath?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. And it's nice to
Okay.
see you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for your time tonight.
Gail Price?
Okay, Scott, you were on for the entire meeting this evening, correct?
Yes, I have been.
So you've heard both my statements and Mr. Desario's testimony and the questions by the members of the board and Mr. Klein's testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Desario and I both made some stipulations for the record concerning issues that came up at our initial hearing regarding access to the site by various services that would potentially help to reduce traffic to the site by taking those services off of Millburn Avenue. And as the applicant, I'd like you to just take those stipulations and make them your own. So I'm not doing that as your attorney.
Certainly, I'd be more than happy to. As I took notes at our previous meeting and also reviewed Mr. Klein's traffic report, I recognize the concerns that were raised by your professionals and this board regarding access from Thomas Street, which is a private road that we own out to Morris Avenue, Morris Turnpike in Springfield. And we have preliminarily vetted those concerns with Springfield officials on the redevelopment agency. And I can submit to you and place on the record that there is a willingness, certainly by the applicant, and it appears by Springfield Township, to allow access from Thomas Street for school buses, for guests of our residents, for moving trucks. And I will further stipulate that we're prepared to place in our move-in instructions, as I think I testified to at our last meeting, we will be the owner, the developer, and the management company for this project. So we will be willing to stipulate in our move-in instructions that moving trucks are to use Thomas Street to access our residential move-ins. Further, we are willing to stipulate access to our normal route for FedEx, UPS, and all of the various delivery services that will access the site. I must acknowledge that it's very difficult to enforce as a management company because, as I hope you can all appreciate, there will be FedEx trucks along Millburn Avenue that will enter the site from Millburn Avenue merely because those are access points to this development. So I can only indicate to you that we are willing to stipulate on the record that we will allow access. I can also further expand upon what Gail intended to say earlier with regard to how our access control would work. We have these types of access control gate systems in many of our communities. And how they work is we will generally have a resident either card or something that hangs from the rearview mirror that will allow the gate to open. If a visitor does arrive or any of the various vehicles that I just described, if they arrive at the gate, there will be an intercom system for those that are visiting residents, whether that be a service vehicle or a guest. There'll be an intercom system to buzz that resident. As it relates to the other types of vehicles that we just described, they will, as I think Gail Fraser indicated from her development that she lives in her own personal experience, they will have a code that will be given out and that will be changed routinely that will allow them to enter. I will also go further to indicate that our driveway width is wide enough so that if there is access denied, let's say a guest arrives and they cannot enter the premises because someone is not home, we have a turnaround that's already established on our site plan that's already established to allow vehicles to safely turn around in front of the gate and leave the site so that they will not, if they're denied access. As it relates to emergency vehicles, I can tell you two things. One, we of course would allow our emergency vehicles to enter at Thomas Street, but I just want to take issue with what I was hearing a few moments ago, and that is if a fact pattern played out where a Springfield police officer was at the Wawa, for instance, in Springfield, and was called for an emergency to our development on the far eastern side of the development, and he approached the light at Morris Avenue and Millburn Avenue, and the left-hand turn lane at the Walgreens was in his favor, I certainly couldn't enforce that a Springfield emergency services vehicle could not use Millburn Avenue to access the site. And I would hope, Mr. Chair and members of the board and its professionals, that you would agree that the fastest route to service an emergency is the most appropriate route. So while we'll be happy to provide that left-hand turn in and that right-hand turn in at Thomas Street to allow emergency vehicles, in addition to all of the others I described, I just want to be clear that from an enforcement perspective, it can be difficult. Does that make sense, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I have some questions, but I'll ask, first of all, if there are any board members who have questions of this witness based on what he just testified to. Yes, Steve.
Regarding garbage pickup.
Yes.
It's our understanding that it hasn't been decided yet if that is private or municipal, and that you would probably want to go back to Springfield and get an understanding with them that it would be, because the one word you haven't used and that I haven't heard you use so far in your testimony this evening is the word mandate or require. I think that there's a lot you're willing to go and, you know, ask for permission, let's say from Springfield, but I'm not getting a sense that there's anything that's being, you know, required or mandated. So would you go to Springfield, for example, and say, look, you guys got to mandate that municipal garbage go down Thomas Street?
Let's start with the first part of your question. You are correct that under the Municipal Services Act, it has not yet been determined whether garbage pickup will be by private hauler or by public. It is my expectation, as is the case with many of our new communities, that it will be a private hauler. If it is a private hauler, we would certainly mandate that hauler, and those haulers, of course, for both trash and recycling, do get into a routine pickup schedule. We would be happy to mandate that anyone within our control that we just described use Thomas Street. As I was using as an example, it would be very difficult to do that for emergency vehicles. It would be very difficult to do that for a FedEx or UPS truck. We certainly will provide access, but as I hope, Mr. Topher, you can appreciate, when someone plugs a GPS address for this project into their Waze or Google Maps, and they're coming from, let's say, downtown Millburn, they certainly could access the site based on GPS, irrespective of what directions we may have given them. So yes, I'm willing to mandate service vehicles from Thomas that are servicing our development during management. I'm willing to mandate private haulers for trash and recycling use Thomas Street. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can as it relates to some of the other potential vehicles, including emergency services, that of course may use Millburn Avenue, a county thoroughfare, to access this site, because we are going to have safe and efficient access at 2 locations on Millburn Avenue. As it relates to the things that we can control, including I may have mentioned earlier, the school buses. We had a preliminary conversation with the Springfield Board of Ed, and I believe they use Millburn Avenue now, just as Millburn buses, I believe, use Morris Avenue as they pick up children along Morris Avenue, which traverses Springfield as well. They are willing to use the Thomas Street access, and we will have that further defined once they see what their enrollment is from our site. We have very little expectation as it relates to significant school-age children, but inevitably with multifamily housing, there will be some. So we are willing to mandate that the school buses, subject to the Board of Ed concurring, and as I indicated, my preliminary discussions with officials in Springfield regarding these issues, since I knew they were of paramount concern to this board, are such that they will agree to those stipulations, and we will as well. So I hope that answers your question. I wanted to circle back on one other question that was posed, I believe, by Mr. Klein as it relates to a shuttle bus. We intend on marketing this project as a transit-oriented project. We intend on offering a shuttle bus service. When we said based on demand, what I would only suggest to you is that what we don't know is whether we need an SUV or a small passenger van. And we don't know, and I can't say that we would offer that service 24/7. It would be our expectation that we would offer shuttle service Monday through Friday, as the demand is required, at probably the 6:30 hour to make a 6:45 train, the 7:15 hour to make a 7:30 train. And then we would base that demand, we would base the vehicle that we would intend to use based on the demand that's out there. That's how we intend on marketing the project because of that location. So that's what was meant by which comes first. It's going to be marketed as having the opportunity. There may be very little interest on nice days in the spring and the summer. It may be something that's there on rainy days. So we'll have staff available that will allow residents that want to take a shuttle to the train station and to be picked up from the train station at the end of the night, the end of the day, but not for every train. You know, if demand is there and if our residents show interest, we may have shuttle available to the Short Hills Mall. We may have shuttles available to downtown Springfield and to the senior center. I will also go a step further to say to you that Springfield does, just like Millburn, have some municipal shuttles that already exist for those types of pickups. And I would further submit to you that we would, Steve, mandate that shuttle use the Thomas Street entrance to access the property. So I hope I've answered that question for you.
I think Steve asked the questions that I was going to ask. The only thing that I see as an issue at the moment is whether garbage trucks utilized by the municipality, assuming you don't go private cartage, but you use municipal garbage pickup and recycle pickup, whether that, and I get the fact that you can't speak for the town, that you are subject to what they want to do, but that's a wide open issue as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Mr. Chairman, don't necessarily agree as a wide open issue. I think that I've stipulated that we are going to seek, and my preliminary discussions with representatives of the redevelopment agency and the business administrator in Springfield, based on the concerns raised in Mr. Klein's report and in the hearing last month, that they are preliminarily, if those conditions are requested of this board, they've preliminarily indicated that they would grant that. So I'm not concerned, quite frankly. I do believe that whether they're municipal garbage trucks or they're private sanitation trucks, that they will concur in this board's request to enter on Thomas Street. And we're willing to stipulate to that and go back to that, to those Millburn officials in the redevelopment agency for those modifications.
You mean the Springfield officials?
Excuse me, yes, the Springfield officials, and seek those modifications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from board members? Who else do you have?
You know what, Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
During the break, there was another question raised, and since Dan Desario is no longer on, we did find in the record that your township committee did establish, and by ordinance, the purchase of preemption equipment, a $465,000 purchase. It is a recent ordinance that was adopted for various intersections. They do not include the 2 intersections that I'm willing to commit to paying for the equipment. That ordinance is on the record. It's a Millburn Township Committee ordinance that was recently adopted. I have it on my phone. We did some quick research as you requested. I could also tell you that it does appear that there is some preemption equipment that already exists at the intersection of Millburn Avenue and Morris Avenue. While we all know that that is an extremely tricky intersection by virtue of the various legs of that intersection, so we don't know whether that preemption equipment is to the favor of state officials, Springfield emergency vehicles, or Millburn. I can only assume that since the Millburn Fire Marshal indicated that he'd like to see it extended to that intersection, that he must not be a part of that agreement. We are willing to meet with the Millburn Fire Marshal, with the Springfield Fire Marshal, and make sure that they have the tie-in at that intersection as well, but it is subject to DOT. So I can only tell you that we went on Street View. There seems to be some equipment that already exists at that intersection. And we're certainly willing to explore that further. But I think that I hope that I can allay any concerns that your own governing body just adopted an ordinance and put an expenditure aside for $465,000 worth of preemption equipment, which suggests to me that if in fact they choose not to use the siren technique that Dan discussed, that I think Mr. Topher, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, that Mr. Topher questioned whether we'd be buying the equipment for inside the vehicles. I just wanted to make sure you understood that if that vehicle equipment did not exist, we have in the past tied that equipment both at our own access control gates that enter our communities to a horn or siren. And that also is an option as it relates to the traffic signals. But it does appear that that should not be a concern because that equipment looks like it was purchased as part of a package by your community recently.
And that's, just for the record, that's ordinance 2559-20.
We would certainly ensure that any equipment is consistent, assuming that Essex County approves that equipment in connection with the two signals on Millburn Avenue that are in their jurisdiction. We would certainly make sure it's consistent.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Are there any other applicant-related questions while I have Mr. Leventhal available? I don't believe that there are any other stipulations that we had outstanding to be made.
Well, I just want to raise the fact, maybe I'll do it now while Mr. Leventhal is still under oath. Mr. Chairman, we have not opened it up to cross-examination by members of the public of all the witnesses.
That's
So
true.
we've had Dan Desario, we've had Mr. Klein, and now Mr. Leventhal. So I just want to remind you of that.
Thank you. So I guess that's my next question. Is there anyone in the audience? Is there an audience here? There is, right? There are 27 participants. Well, there are a lot of people out there. Is there anyone out there who would like to be, what is the expression? Brought into this?
Brought in as a
Brought in as a panelist.
Well, do they have
Has
any
it-
questions?
Who
They
has a
have
question they would like to ask?
Question or type something in the chat, right?
Or they can type something in the chat, right?
I think most of them are somehow related to this application.
Okay, well, let's just give them a minute and see if anybody wants to ask a question.
I just opened the chat and there's nothing there at the moment.
Yeah.
But this is your moment, participants, to
Now,
ask any questions of the applicant's representative.
And we should also ask if anyone has any questions of the prior witnesses.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
Mr. Desario.
and Mr. Klein also.
Right, Mr. Klein, Mr. Desario. You have a question, now's your opportunity. Ask a question down at the bottom of the page or type something in the chat box.
That box is still empty.
Yes. So it seems like nobody has any questions.
I guess not. Okay, now, Ms. Price, you have any other witnesses?
Yes. Assuming that the board doesn't have any other witnesses other than Mr. Klein, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so before I recall Mr. Keller, I just want to go down the list of board reports just to make sure I had all of them. The township forester had issued a report in June and had simply indicated that we would need a tree permit, which is absolutely fine. That's not a permit, that's not an issue. The township fire marshal's report, I believe we've been through, and Mr. Leventhal just elaborated on that a little bit more with regard to the DOT issue with the Millburn and Morris Light and the new township ordinance. Township police report was June 25th of this year, and their request was for the traffic signal at our main driveway. So we've had testimony on that, and we've certainly indicated that if this board finds the traffic signal is appropriate, that that's something that we will definitely take to the county and indicate that. And I believe Mr. Klein's report, as well as Mr. Desario's testimony tonight, also confirmed that position. We had Mr. Phillips' report was June 30th. He has not testified to that, but that report was received. We have Eileen's report, which was June 8th. And the township engineer's report, which was June 26th. And that there was no testimony, but I had that reviewed by Mr. Crowder at the last meeting on any engineering items. And there were also traffic items in that report, which I had Mr. Desario touch on as well. So I
think her report is June 24th, not June 26th.
Oh, okay. I have.
At least that's what I have. June 24th, Martha Callahan.
Yes, June
June
24th.
24th. Okay. Other than that, and then of course, Mr. Klein's report, which was 8/7.
Right.
And that does it on the report list, right?
Correct.
I think
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't leave any out and that we hadn't failed to respond to any of the reports. So if I could recall Mr. Keller, just to
That's fine.
address things, he should be in the waiting room.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Are you still going to need me tonight?
Who asked that?
Lee
Mr.
Klein.
Klein.
Mr.
Oh,
Klein.
Mr. Klein. There you are. No, I don't think so.
All right, because I actually have another Zoom meeting to get to. So
Okay.
yeah, if that's fine with everyone else.
Thank you.
I'll
We're
make
fine.
Thank you. All right. Have a good night.
You
Good night
too.
now.
Okay.
Looks
so
like Richard Keller.
Yep. Mr. Keller, you were sworn and you gave testimony at our last hearing and you remain under oath this evening. You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've been on for the entire meeting this evening
Yes, I have.
and had the opportunity to hear Mr. Desario and Mr. Leventhal's testimony and the board's questions?
Yes,
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review all the reports that I just went through as well, correct?
also correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you just to go back over your testimony from the last hearing as it needs to be further enhanced or modified with regard to the testimony that was given this evening, both with regard to the use variance that Gail Fraser made reference to, as well as the site plan ordinance sections that we're dealing with.
Certainly. First, I want to just make one little addition. I also did some research on the township ordinance 2559-20 for various public improvements and acquisitions. And that $465,000 that went to the fire department included other items, but it also did include the acquisition of new communication signal systems, equipment consisting of a traffic signal control system for fire vehicles, which is that preemptive system with transponders, et cetera. So the entire $465,000 was not just for that system, but for the portion of it. And I was able to text one of the township committee members who told me that the intersections that it's slated for include Main Street and Millburn Avenue and Main Street in Essex, which are both, I believe, county intersections. So in theory, those systems should be compliant with county standards and would be acceptable as we move up Millburn Avenue into the subject area. But just to clarify that the equipment did not cost $465,000. That included other elements. With regard to the previous planning testimony, as indicated, we need a site plan approval because access drives and access points located within the township of Millburn to gain access to propose non-residential use outside and beyond the borders of Millburn shall require site plan review. And since there is 5,215 square feet of non-residential use in the form of that small designated retail area on the eastern end of the project, we need site plan approval. If we had no retail component, we would actually not need site plan approval. And our ordinance also gives us some guidance into what the board should look at in terms of the site plan approval. And it specifically directs the board to consider the impact only of the non-residential use in terms of traffic located in the adjoining community. And I think we all agree that there's very little impact from the retail component on the streets, driveways, intersections, and other lands located within the township of Millburn. However, we also do need a use variance because because access drives are permitted. Let me make sure I get this right from memory. Access drives are permitted as accessory uses, but only for principal or conditional uses which lie entirely within the township of Millburn. And since the principal use is not in Millburn, we need a use variance. And obviously, as part of the use variance, there's a positive and a negative criteria. And certainly, the negative criteria is where the board can consider the overall traffic impacts to some degree. With regard to the use variance, at the last hearing, we presented proofs that this site is particularly suited for the proposed use as an access driveway into the larger portion of the property that's located in the township of Springfield. And by being particularly suited, it advances the positive criteria. Historically, it's been used to provide access from Springfield portion of Millburn Avenue. Historically, it's been used to provide access from Millburn Avenue to the Springfield portion of the property. The 20-foot section of Millburn Avenue cannot accommodate any of the permitted uses that are allowed in the B3 neighborhood business zone. It's a 20-foot deep by 750-foot wide strip. And when you apply setbacks, your allowable building envelope would be 10 foot deep by 750 feet wide, which is clearly not viable. The only viable use of the subject lands in Millburn is to continue to provide a means of ingress and egress from Millburn Avenue to the abutting development tract, which is located in Springfield. The fact that Springfield allows the use so serviced in and of itself suggests that the property in Millburn is uniquely suited for that proposed use and has historically always done that. We also talked about the fact that we advance other purposes of zoning, improved health, public safety, general welfare, and improved aesthetics and visual environment. And that's not only from the attractive building that's proposed, but just resulting from the removal of the derelict building and crumbling parking lot, which we've been looking at for more than 20 years. And that approved aesthetics were further advanced by a comprehensive and attractive landscape plan that was compliant with Millburn's more stringent standards as opposed to those required by Springfield. Most importantly, in looking at the effect on the community is this project will provide vital support to all of the existing and future uses in the surrounding B3 neighborhood. The shops, the restaurants, the tailors, the dry cleaners, hair salons, nail salons, financial services, they'll all benefit. They all were hurt severely when Saks went out. Many of these businesses have come and gone. Some are doing okay, but they certainly will help enliven and make that a vibrant B3 commercial district to support not just the residents of the new project in Springfield, but all of the surrounding Glenwood neighborhood. So we think it's certainly, we went through the positive criteria, and the negative criteria is in two prongs, obviously, that there's no substantial detriment to the public good, and that's an important word. We think that, first of all, the impacts are limited. Obviously, there's no impact on the Millburn school system. We're providing adequate on-site parking to fully meet the demands of the project, including visitor parking and the limited retail parking. There's no impact, because we have enough parking, there's no adverse impact on street parking, which can remain available to the retail and commercial uses across the other side of Millburn Avenue. The 20-foot wide Millburn strip will provide for significant landscaping and sidewalk improvements. So there's no adverse impact on air, light, and open space for the Millburn residents or the Springfield residents. And there were also, we talked about significant stormwater management improvements that not just benefit the surrounding neighborhood, but the entire drainage basin from both streams that tend to flood and bedevil other sections of Millburn in Springfield. So it came down to traffic. And again, the traffic, when it relates to the site plan, was specifically, the board's supposed to specifically look at the impact of the non-residential uses. However, we do recognize that this board has concerns and wants to understand the effects of the residential traffic as well. We think that I listened to all the testimony and I listened to the back and forth today. The site access is virtually the same location as it has existed since SAC was in operation, which again was once a high volume commercial traffic generator. The existing access drive from Morris Avenue will remain, and although it is limited through the gate access, we're certainly willing to work with the surrounding the community of Springfield to make sure that garbage comes in off that and emergency vehicles have access through there. The new signal, I think our traffic engineer indicated, and I don't think Mr. Klein disagreed in any way, will make traffic loads along Millburn Avenue work much better. And it's really not because of the traffic issues that are created by the generation of the residential traffic from our project, but actually there's an existing problem at the Baltusrol intersection now, and that traffic light will help to ease that. So we're actually advancing another purpose of the Land Use Act by promoting free flow of traffic. There really is not a negative impact on Millburn Avenue. Yes, there will be additional traffic, and we've gotten a little sleepy over time, and certainly even before COVID by not having a use there. But when Mr. Klein was asked, I didn't hear that he indicated that there was a net negative impact, that we had answered all of his questions. Some of it was really just put out there for discussion. It wasn't that he thought the traffic was problematic. It was just things that needed to be fleshed out, and we answered. And I don't think Mr. Klein indicated that he had any issues with the way Mr. Desario answered those questions. We think that when considering the traffic impact of the both non-residential and residential traffic, we think that the benefits outweigh any potential detriment to the surrounding road network. We think the project in itself results in a net benefit to the community. And that's really what planning is all about, is finding a balance. And on balance, is there a net benefit? The applicant has agreed to reasonable conditions to better that balance and allay the fears of the board regarding any possible negative impacts. They've agreed to put a preemptive equipment system in on the signals that are not under state jurisdiction. There appears to be one at the state intersection, and we can certainly try to coordinate to make sure that our transponders or the transponders that would be required to signalize or to put preemptive signals into the other two intersections discussed would also work with that. Certainly, we're willing to work that out. We're also willing to work with both communities on garbage pickup and mandate it that any service again be come from Thomas Street. With regard to the use of Baltusrol Avenue, it's just bad planning. As indicated by Mr. Desario, the goal of traffic planning, not just traffic planning, but urban and suburban planning in general, is to provide access directly to the highest hierarchical collector that you're fronting on. The folks on Baltusrol have never been impacted by the commercial use of this property. We think that there was an emergency access off of Baltusrol Avenue, but never a driveway that allowed for people to leave the SAC site and filter through the residential community. The commercial use has always fronted on Millburn Avenue. And if this project was wholly located in Millburn, I've been before this board many times. I can't imagine the board would ever direct vehicular traffic from a multifamily development to route through a single family residential neighborhood and a local street network to get out to the county road or state highway. I don't think Springfield is acting in malice towards Millburn. I don't think they're saying, you know, we're trying to be overly protective of our neighborhood at the expense of Millburn's. It's just one of those conditions that arises when you have a property that is in two jurisdictions, happens to sit in two counties, and one happens to be a major arterial collector that's a county road. I think the planning is appropriate to the property configuration. I don't think it's meant with malice or trying to give all of the bad parts of the project to Millburn and keep all the good parts to themselves. We also talked last time about substantial impairment to the master plan. We addressed how the application did not represent a substantial impairment of the master plan. And we also addressed the enhanced quality of proof under Medici. I would point out that case law actually addresses properties that are split by municipal boundaries. And I went to this a little bit last time. Under the Ferrara versus the Zoning Board of Adjustment case, it was a Supreme Court case. That court considered that where a property is located in two townships that, quote unquote, without a cooperative response from both municipalities, the property may not be susceptible to development. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate that this property came into being in this split municipality configuration. When the Saks Fifth Avenue was in its heyday, it generated traffic at commercial levels, which is greater than the traffic generated by the predominantly residential use. We think that essentially we have an opportunity to really provide a boon to the B3 district. If the board already denied this use of this strip to access a commercial property, a commercial project in the Stop and Shop application, and I think that was appropriate. If the board now denies the use for this predominantly residential use, I think we're effectively zoning the property into inutility, and which would result in a taking or an inverse condemnation of the property. The Bible on New Jersey land use planning, Cox, on section 30-32 addresses split municipality projects. And it specifically states municipal agencies, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm kind of shortening it down, but municipal agencies should cooperate to the end that good planning of the entire parcel will result. I would ask, if not for a commercial use and not for a residential use, what then is appropriate for this site? We think that this is, again, an opportunity to enhance the B3 neighborhood commercial district to the benefit of the township. Is it unfortunate that they get all the ratables? Yeah. Are they going to be using the Millburn train system? Well, that actually doesn't hurt because it ensures that we continue to get the appropriate amount of stops that come from Short Hills, which benefits all of Short Hills. It also provides benefit to the neighborhood commercial district in general. On balance, are they getting more benefits than we are? Possibly, but I think that's what happens when you're in a split zone. One town gets a little more than the other, but I think that net, the township is getting a benefit. And when comparing the negative criteria and any possible negative impacts, especially as it relates to traffic, I think that our traffic expert has answered all Mr. Klein's concerns. I don't think Mr. Klein left with any nagging concerns or felt like this project, he had the opportunity to say this is never going to work or this is going to be a problem. So we had effectively answered all of his questions. We think that on net, the benefits clearly outweigh any detriment that's going to occur as a result of the increased traffic, which is really just taking it back to what it was in a prior time. We think it's a good project. We think it meets the criteria for both the use variance as well as the criteria for site plan approval, and we would ask that you approve it.
Thanks, Rich. Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything further for Mr. Keller, but perhaps there might be someone in the public or the board members, certainly.
Yes, yeah, I'll ask first if any of the board members have questions of Mr. Keller. If not, is there anyone in the audience who has a question of Mr. Keller? Eileen, do you see anything?
No, there's no hand raised, no hands raised, and nothing in the chat.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Thank you.
Ms. Price, anything more?
No, Mr. Chairman, just by way of wrapping up, Mr. Keller said a lot of what I was going to say, but it's my hope, having been involved with this property for quite some time, that the applicant has made a very good faith application, and Mr. Leventhal could not have been acting in more good faith when he just put on the record for all of you to hear his willingness to commit to you to modify the conditions that you were most concerned about at the last meeting, and make sure that the additional trips could be lessened on Millburn Avenue and being brought in off of Morris through that long strip of Thomas Street. This applicant now presents the opportunity for that site to be developed and redeveloped. And as I said earlier this evening, I don't think that site presents a good appearance for anyone, for Millburn or for Springfield. Clearly, it's time to have the site redeveloped and redeveloped in a manner that makes everyone proud. This presents the opportunity to have a cohesive residential project presented that, as Mr. Keller stated, will be a stimulus for your merchants along Millburn Avenue, merchants that we've heard from, for years. I've gotten personal calls from merchants asking when development might happen on our property. It can only stimulate that section of Millburn Avenue, which is a good thing. And you saw from Mr. Minow, the aesthetic treatment for the project. It's a high-end, first-class proposal that, other than this board giving, the go-ahead for the 20-foot strip, we're ready to, go and work with just finishing up with Essex County. Millburn Avenue will benefit by the installation of a traffic signal, which will help out, with existing traffic conditions, and hopefully improve any negative conditions that are existing on the roadway. And Springfield and Millburn will both be very proud of the project. I don't think that we left any issue unaddressed in any of the reports. Mr. Klein didn't indicate, as Mr. Keller noted, that he took issue with any of Mr. Desario's points, and he didn't indicate that we refused to give any information or that any of our information fell short. So I don't see where there was a difference of opinion with the experts, or where we fell short in terms of providing him with information. And I think we addressed all of the other reports that were made available to us and to the board. We haven't heard from any members of the public, which is not necessarily proof on a case, because you could have 100 people come out on a case, or you could have no people come out on a case. But it's certainly indicative that if there were concerns to be had by people directly impacted in the neighborhood, someone would have been out and someone would have been sharing their concerns about those impacts. And we haven't had those concerns from property owners. So when it's all taken together, I think that it points to the fact that we have satisfied the proofs under the municipal land use law for both the site plan. We've demonstrated those two prongs under the site plan ordinance, that the traffic associated with the 5,200 square feet is not a negative impact. And then the larger issue, as Ms. Fraser pointed out, and as Ms. Davitt points out on the use variance, that the traffic has been addressed and will continue to be addressed by installation of the signal and all of the other conditions that we've agreed to mitigate the traffic and to deal with the county and other authorities. It won't stop. If this board grants approval, which we are hoping you will do, it doesn't stop tonight. We work together, and the work will continue with the County of Essex. Your professionals have the opportunity to work with our professionals to that end. And we would encourage that because they want to hear from you, and we can do that cooperatively to ensure that Mr. Klein's opinion is heard there as well. So there are more opportunities to allow that joint work product to continue. But please take Mr. Keller's opinion seriously, that this property is very unique. This 20-foot strip, we cannot put a permitted use in this 20-foot strip. We can't do it. We can't comply with the bulk regulations and put a building or a permitted use in that strip. So if we can't do that, and this board has already said no to a commercial use, we are trying now with the residential use, and we've tried to do it in a way that addresses all of your concerns. And sitting here now without a list of open concerns, I'm hopeful that we've done that. So I would ask for your approval, ask for the reasonable conditions, which Ms. Leventhal has agreed to, put them in a resolution that we can all work off of, and move forward as, continue to work as a team and get this project built, and start generating a project, as I said, that you can all be proud of, that we can be proud of. So I thank you for your time and your cooperation, and especially during COVID. It's been tough on all of us. And with these Zoom meetings, for sure.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to have who would like to speak to this matter, either in chat room or in person? Eileen, let me know if anybody raises their hand.
Well, we're waiting to see if anybody raises their hand. I'm trying to skim through my notes, and I don't remember whether Mr. Desario addressed Martha's comment in her report of June 24th, which suggested that at the proposed signalized intersection, a lead green phase is proposed for eastbound Millburn, and a left arrow should be installed on signal heads 1 and 2. I know he does not recommend a left turn only lane. That's clear, but I'm not sure.
Where are you looking in the report?
In Martha Callahan's report, it's not a numbered page, but it's the second page.
Yeah.
Section 2, technical review and recommendations.
Right.
2.1, a left arrow be installed. And I'm trying to skim through my notes, but I'm not having much success doing it very quickly, partially in the dark because of the lighting here in my office. But
I see what you mean.
I don't know if you have
a left arrow should be installed on signal heads
1 and 2.
All right.
1 and 3.
know whether
1
Dan
and 2.
addressed that. I just don't remember.
I'll have to ask him. Let me just see if I can just cut to the chase on it. He said it's okay.
You could do that.
Yes.
Okay. I think that was, I'm trying to skim quickly. That was the one thing I didn't have addressed.
Now, at the last meeting, there was someone in the audience made a comment in the chat room. I don't remember the woman's name. There was someone who lived on Meadowbrook Parkway. Is that person here tonight? I'm looking at the list. I don't see any name that looks familiar.
Well, there's no open questions and there's still no chat, so.
And there's no chat either, right? I do want to remind the board that at the end of the last meeting, in the chat room, this woman indicated that she lived on Meadowbrook Parkway. You guys recall that? And she was concerned about the traffic light at Baltus Roll. I think her comment was that if the light goes red on Baltus Roll, the traffic may back up and cross Meadowbrook, making it impossible for her to, and I don't remember the end of her sentence, impossible for her to do something. I think it was to get down to Millburn Avenue. That's the only, I think that was the only comment made at the end of the last meeting. All right, I'll turn this over to board members with the caution that we are not here tonight to talk about a site plan for the whole project. We're only here tonight to talk about the 20 feet that's in the township of Millburn, and those at 20 feet, the big issue really were the two driveways that that are across that 20-foot strip of land. Comments?
Are we voting? Are we voting tonight?
I'm not sure. We may.
What about, where's Craig?
We have two absences. We have two absences tonight. One individual who couldn't make it tonight was driving a child back to college in the Midwest, and another one was a coach of a team, a junior team, his son's team, that was in the state finals in baseball.
But Eileen, everyone who's present this evening is eligible to vote. So we actually have 7 voting members present this evening.
Now, the use variance does require 5 affirmative votes. Let's
Correct.
remember that.
5 out of the 7.
5 out of the 7.
And I guess the question becomes, is everyone comfortable that we can articulate? You have 2 choices, obviously, when you vote tonight. You could vote to grant or deny. And if you vote to grant, you would do so subject to certain conditions. And we've identified a number of conditions that the applicant has agreed to through testimony of the applicant, Mr. Desario, and a number of items in the report that they agreed to do, the fire marshal items, etc. So that's one option, to either grant or deny, and if you grant, subject to conditions. The other option is if you're not confident that you can articulate, as a group can articulate all of the conditions, that you can authorize me to prepare to draft a resolution of approval with the conditions. That does not serve as an approval tonight. That would be me just to draft a resolution of approval, and I would circulate that for everyone's review. And once the board has approved it, I would circulate it to Ms. Price for her review. And then when you actually have your next meeting at which that resolution is on the agenda, then that would be the actual approval. I've been keeping track to the best as I could in terms of the conditions. So it may well be that we can put that to bed, but that's up to you. I mean, that's your call.
Thank you for that, Gail. I frankly forgot about the fact that there was the alternative of not voting tonight, but it's simply voting to ask our attorney to draft a resolution of approval, which would be voted on at the next meeting.
Which happens to be September 21st.
Which
Because
is September 21st, right?
we only have one meeting in September due to, I believe, all the Jewish holidays.
Right. Does anyone want to comment on?
Can I just ask Gail a question? With the stipulations that you're talking about, are we talking about, because there's a lot of stuff that the applicant said that they're amenable to, that they would talk to Springfield about. Are they stipulating to talking to Springfield or the Springfield Board of Ed, or are we talking about that those conditions actually have to be met in order to, you know, grant approval from our zoning board, assuming that we're doing this kind of interim?
Well, that's a good question.
Well, that's a question for you to decide, but Mr. Leventhal certainly indicated during his testimony that he has already had a discussion with Springfield Township, and he has laid out for them the conditions and the concerns that the Millburn Board of Adjustment has, and they appear to be amenable to those stipulations. So
Now, that was his testimony.
That's
correct. The two things that strike me as being in that category, Jesse, are one, if the management company decides to go with municipal garbage, the applicant was very clear that they've discussed with the township, but they haven't apparently gotten a commitment, nor I think could they at this point.
Here's what Mr. Leventhal said.
Pardon me?
Mr. Leventhal indicated that they're still in discussions with the town because of the Municipal Services Act. Under the Municipal Services Act, when you have a development like this, a municipality can agree to provide services, or it can agree to reimburse an applicant for the cost of services that are going to be provided privately, that it would otherwise be required to provide, you know, as a public service. He made mention to the Municipal Services Act, and my suspicion is that that's why he mentioned that, because he is still in a dialogue with the town about whether garbage would be private, in which case he can dictate to his garbage hauler that they're going to use Thomas, or if the township is going to provide garbage and recycling, he can make the Thomas Street available to them if that's the way they choose to come in.
We don't have a problem saying it's going to come in on Thomas, one way or the other.
Yeah, I didn't think it did. Yeah.
We can just, well, that's not a problem. All of the
No,
stipulations.
it is a problem in this sense. If the municipality disagrees.
No, I know, but he's already had the conversation with
I
the
know he said,
municipality.
I remember his testimony.
Right. So.
That's not a commitment by the town.
No, it is.
It's not
No,
a commitment. It's not a
He's already
commitment.
vetted it, Mr. Steinberg, with the township of Springfield. So.
The township of Springfield, with all
Yes.
due respect, could say once this board approves the application that's before us, they could say, sorry, but we're not going to be bound by any discussions that we had with you. But that is, there are two concerns that I have. One are school buses and one is municipal garbage collection. And it seems to me that there's only two ways to handle that. One is to say we reject this application, which is a very severe way to proceed. The other is to say to the applicant, we want an extension, a commitment that you'll extend the time of decision in this case, and you go back to Springfield Township and get a commitment from the municipal governing body and the Board of Ed that if they do have to service this project, they will definitely utilize Thomas Street and not Millburn Avenue.
Well,
I don't
Mr.
know
Chairman,
any other-
the other way is that we would come back to you if we can't get it done the way that we've already testified to, that we will get it
look,
done.
that's where I come out on it.
No, I know, but Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, on these issues that are Springfield issues, our client has stipulated that we will get it done through Springfield. And I'm saying for the record, if we can't get it done, we will come back on an amended application to your board. So that should negate any worry.
That doesn't do it. I think our attorney,
Why?
our attorney will tell you that race judicata plays a big role here.
Not on that
No.
aspect of it.
Pardon me?
Not on that aspect of it.
No.
If you impose a condition of approval,
Yeah.
and they cannot meet that condition of approval,
Right.
because Springfield changes their mind, or on a whim they decide, even though maybe the business administrator said they would, somehow there's a change in the position, then the applicant would have to come back to you on notice. It would have to be noticed just like it was this time, to seek an amended application to alter that condition of approval. And that is not a res judicata issue at all.
So you're saying that it would be possible for us to have a resolution that would contain a commitment?
Yeah, imposing these conditions that, like I said, I started writing down some of them.
I'm not asking you to try to come up with all of them now.
No, but it was access at Thomas for school buses, emergency vehicles, moving trucks, yes, delivery services, garbage and recycling. I started writing all that down. I believe the applicant, Mr. Leventhal, indicated that they would stipulate to all of that, as well as the traffic signal, the preemption at the two intersections, fire marshal requirement for the two streets, preemption, the tree removal permit.
Gail, I think my own sense of this, and I'm going to be guided by the vote of the board, obviously.
Right.
Absolutely. My own sense of this is that if there's any case in which you can make a good case out for having a motion to direct our attorney to prepare a resolution of approval with all those conditions that would be voted on at the next meeting, this is the case. There would be a very, very complicated motion to approve here. Anyway, that's just my thinking, but
That's certainly the board's prerogative.
I know, I'm glad you mentioned that. I had completely forgotten about it. We've never, as long as I can remember on this board, I don't think we've ever done that.
I
So
think
you're absolutely correct.
we have done it. We have done
Have
it
we?
on occasion. I believe we actually did it with the Kai Center, and we may actually have done it
Oh,
with,
it might have been the Kai Center, right?
I think we also did it with the Stop and Shop case. I think.
Well, I don't know. As you know, I recused
Yeah.
on that one.
So
Okay,
can I ask a question?
yes.
What are we going to know over the time, from the time that we get the resolution that you're talking about and the next meeting? What information are we going to, new information are we going to have?
You're not going to have any new information. You'll
So-
have before you the resolution as drafted by Gail Fraser that you can look at and say, either I approve it or it's not strong enough for me or whatever.
It's really just to make sure that we've captured all the
Conditions.
that we care about. I think we have them all written down. I have notes there too. I mean,
But I'll be guided by what you folks want to do, obviously.
I think it's going to look a heck of a lot better than what's there now. I mean, what's there now isn't serving Millburn at all. It's not serving anybody. And I know that there's sensitivities to traffic flow and such, but you know, having that many residences right there on Millburn Avenue is going to be a pretty nice thing for those businesses. Right now, it's just an eyesore. It's a wasting asset.
Remember, we're not voting on the project. We're
I
voting on the 20-foot strip.
I understand.
That's correct, but the use variance does carry with it positive and negative criteria.
Right.
And so there is a benefit to the community under the positive, and then the negative criteria is no substantial detriment to the public good or the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Those are the issues. And I think Wolfgang's comments go to the criteria.
I can't see how it's reasonable where you could conclude that this satisfied the negative criteria. This is an enormous project, gigantic. It's going to definitely impact everyone that lives in the Glenwood neighborhood.
Come closer to the mic. Come closer to the mic, please.
It's just my opinion that this does not satisfy the negative criteria. It's an enormous project, enormous. In fact, it's too big. It doesn't need to be as large as it is. It's going to be impacting everyone that lives in the Glenwood neighborhood. It's going to impact the traffic of these people. It's going to impact what they see. It's going to impact the train station. It's going to impact the roadways. I can't see how there's any positive criteria. Yes, there may be some positive criteria for the handful of businesses that share that stretch of street up to Short Hills Avenue. But beyond that, there's no other economic benefit for the people of Millburn. There's no economic benefit for the people of Glenwood. There's just going to be this gigantic project that is enormous in scope and size. It's going to negatively impact the neighborhood. It's going to change the entire dynamics of the neighborhood. You're putting an apartment complex at the end of a residential neighborhood made up of houses. I'm frustrated by it, honestly. And I know no one shares this opinion, but something could be proposed. And when the applicant's attorney says, well, we couldn't get it done with a business, so we should be able to get it done with residential. I find that, I don't agree with that, because they're two completely separate projects brought by two completely separate applicants. So we shouldn't be saying to ourselves, well, we couldn't do it for a business reason, so we should do it for a residential reason. I don't think that that's really fair. It's not a fair comment to make. And so I'm not in support of this application. So I'll just put it out.
You put there is going to change the character of the neighborhood. Anything. I mean, unless you put a cemetery there, and then that won't change much. But I don't think that's a very good use of the land. I mean, whatever you put, there's going to mean more traffic. But
look what they did. Look what happened on the other side of Short Hills Avenue with the condominiums that went up. Right? That's different. That's very, very different. This is an apartment complex. If they were proposing something like that, of that stature and that means and that volume, that size,
Can't hear you.
different. But that's not the case.
You faded out there.
I was just comparing it to the condominium complex that was built on the other side of Short Hills Avenue across from St. Rose of Lima
Right.
School.
I mean, certainly it's not the same thing as that. I mean, from the designs that they've shown, it is large, but it's also very attractive. I mean, again, in terms of how it looks, it's going to look a lot better than what's there now.
Okay, so how, just maybe help me, besides the small number of stores that are on Millburn Avenue, how does this help, what's the benefit for the people of Glenwood? I don't understand that, and I really would welcome anyone's opinion on that.
Well, I think you're going to end up with even more businesses. I mean, right now you have empty storefronts there too. I mean, and the business churn is tremendous.
Okay, but what about the people that live in Glenwood? How does it help them? Because that's what we're here to represent, right? The people that live in Glenwood. How does this help them?
It provides them with more. They'll have more stores, more retail options. They'll have a more vibrant neighborhood at that on that end of Millburn Avenue. I mean, it's going to be better. I can't see that what's there now is better for the residents of Glenwood than what's being proposed.
That's not answering my question though. Did you want to, Joy? Did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I actually do agree with you, Steve. I think it's pretty large, and you look at it, it seems to have a scale that's almost urban, and I don't think it kind of works with the scale. But I know that's not our it's not our role to make a comment on that, but it is to do with negative and positive criteria, and I'm not also seeing the tremendous positive. I don't see it rejuvenating the businesses down there. I don't see that happening.
I don't understand that.
I don't see, I think it's very large.
It is.
You know, and again, they have an expert, and
but also visual.
And you know, their traffic expert repeatedly said something along the lines of no material impact on the traffic. I drive that street every single day. There's no way that this doesn't have a material impact on the traffic on Millburn. It's just crazy. Of course it does. It has an enormous impact.
I mean, I think even the study does show there's going to be a difference in level of service compared to what's there now. That's given. I agree with that. But I would also say that what of substance are you going to put there that's not going to have an impact?
It could be a lower scale housing. There's no problem with housing. Like, I think you were referencing the Chanticleer site before, Steve.
Yeah.
It's a really different scale than what's being proposed here. Tremendously different.
Right.
Well, let me say something. That that property has been vacant for more than 25 years. When I was a member of the township committee, we had all kinds of suggestions that we were approaching Springfield with, residential, just conversation about what to do with that site. And I don't see how you're going to get a lesser density project to come in and build something that you might, Steve, you might agree with more. Single family houses are not going to go there. You see what's coming into town on Woodland Road and at the other site on Millburn Avenue. I think this was very sensitively designed. I think that I agree that it's a large project, but I really don't understand what you think is going to come into that property.
I don't know that I need to answer that question, honestly. I don't think that's a question that's before this board. We're not here to say, well, if we don't do this, we get nothing. That we're here to say, does this project meet the negative and positive criteria for what we think is appropriate for this neighborhood and for this town? And again, I understand the frustration that it's been vacant for 25 years, but that doesn't negatively impact Millburn. So it's a big property in Springfield that's empty. So what? That doesn't mean anything. In fact, I bet you could argue
positively impact us.
Like the nice wide open space, right? It's not this enormous building complex you're going to have to look at.
Businesses can't stay there. I mean, the businesses churn. The businesses are in and out of there all the time. There's no consistency. There's not enough.
That's an interesting point. So there are hundreds and hundreds of families in Glenwood, right? Now, these families don't go down the street and patronize businesses on that segment, right? And I wonder why that is. I really don't know why that is, but to kind of Joy's point, you know, we don't know that that's going to necessarily revitalize, because there's so many families, there's hundreds of families in Glenwood, they don't go down and utilize that area. So what's to say that a huge apartment complex is going to make any difference than that? I don't know. I don't know. But I still don't know what the positive impact for the people that live in Glenwood is. I don't see that at all.
Anyone else?
I'm very mixed on the application, but I'm worried, and Gail and Joe, I guess you could help me out, that this conversation that we're having right now is not like going in the right direction in terms of what we're supposed to be considering. And I'm just worrying that we're maybe running afoul of, you know, of what we're supposed to even be, you know, considering when we're getting into the kind of, you know, design. I don't know. I'm just concerned about, you know, that we're kind of, I don't know, considering maybe the wrong things and getting too in depth into the wrong things. But I actually see that there's something in the chat box.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if we've closed the public portion, but there's something in chat. Are we allowed to open it up to the public?
We tried. Nobody wanted to say anything.
There's someone in the chat.
Somebody in there now, though.
There's someone in there now
Is there?
who's been there the whole time and is now making a comment.
I have a comment from a Jennifer Kelly. My yard back and front is against this property. It is time to move forward with this. It is rodent infested and unkept, and time to make a move. Enough back and forth after 25 years.
Does Miss Kelly live in Millburn, or does she live in Springfield?
Don't know.
Well, we need to know that for the record if she's making a comment.
Well,
Springfield.
we can look at the list of properties that were
Live in Springfield, Joe.
Springfield, right?
Yes. Because there's no properties in Millburn that
Right.
are against this. 245 Baltusville Avenue.
Right.
Yep.
So as another comment, if this was impacting the Glenwood neighborhood so negatively, I'm surprised we don't have any residents to express that opinion.
And I need you all to remember that this property is in the B3 zone.
Is
So
what?
property is in the B3 zone, correct, Eileen?
Yes.
So that's the issue. You know, the property is located in the B3 zone. And because of its configuration, it's only 20 foot wide and very, very long. It's not suitable for a B3 use. So when you're analyzing the positive and negative criteria, one of the factors that you need to consider is that it's in the B3 zone. It's not in the Glenwood neighborhood. It's not in a residential zone. You need to be aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
So Gail, are you saying then that all this discussion about Glenwood and what is this doing to help the residents of the Glenwood neighborhood, and how is this is not necessarily relevant to what we're supposed to be considering?
I think benefit to the Glenwood neighborhood is not necessarily relevant. I think what it looks like, you know, architecturally, that part of the project's not in Millburn. The question for you is the presence of a active use more beneficial and more aesthetically pleasing than what's there now? Remember, the 20-foot strip we're talking about is going to be landscaped.
Mm-hmm.
The main issue are the access drives. And our traffic expert appears to be in concert with their traffic expert on the issues associated with traffic.
And the backup of traffic into, according to their analysis, the backup into Glenwood is minimal.
Which is ridiculous.
Wouldn't make it to Meadowbrook or to Meadowbrook Parkway.
I just, if we, you know, we went to the trouble of hiring our own independent traffic consultant, and I don't see how we can go against what our own traffic consultant is saying and what he testified to tonight, you know, kind of by saying that we disagree with him. Then what was the point of hiring him in the first place?
No, we made the prudent and thoughtful move to hire the experts. What we should have done, and we did the right thing.
Yes. So I'm saying, you know, to then say, well, no, that's not true.
Right. Yeah.
You know, when he seemed to have been satisfied by what the applicant's traffic consultant, you know, his response to things. You know, again, I don't know what purpose it's serving us to say, well, you know, I still don't believe it, or I disagree. What I can say personally for me, though, is that I really would like to see and make sure that we're not missing any of these kind of stipulations that have come out, you know, over the course of you know, tonight's hearing. You know, making sure that we're not missing anything. Me personally, I would like Gail to draft it, and I'd like to make sure that you know, that if we're going in the direction of agreeing to it,
So
everything is
you're basically saying, if I understand you, that you would be in favor of a motion to direct our attorney to prepare a resolution that would be voted on at the next meeting. Am I clear?
Draft a resolution of approval.
yes. And if I'm understanding correctly, we're protected, and Gail, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we are protected that if you do that, and if we vote yes on that resolution that you're drafting, and then, you know, the applicant, you know, goes back and they can't get the things that you know, are stipulated to, then they would have to come back before this board, you know, and get kind of, you know, with the revised application, right? They can't just like kind of do things behind our back, because we would have that the resolution would have those stipulations in it.
They would have to come back to the board with an amended application to seek to modify whatever condition of approval they cannot satisfy based on Springfield, whatever Springfield Township tells them.
Is that a motion, Jessica?
I mean, I don't, if anyone else wants to speak before.
Well, we can speak.
Remember, yeah.
Well, we've treated in a rather prudent fashion so far, and I guess that would be the prudent fashion at this point, would be to vote in favor of drafting, having our attorney draft a motion of approval. That would be the next baby step, so to speak, in this process.
It also seems reasonable that we should have the conversation now, since we just had the meeting now, and there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Nothing wrong with
I'm sorry, say that
What
again?
conversation?
Well, having an open dialogue and viewing opinions on the project now. There's no reason we can't do that,
Right.
especially since we just had the meeting today. If we
Yeah,
postpone the conversation, then something could be lost, right?
Well, you are having the conversation now.
Right.
So I think that our concerns were mostly related to the traffic dumping onto Millburn Avenue. That's what I heard during the testimony, and that was my primary concern. And I think that the applicant has made it clear that they have made these several stipulations, that they're working with the redevelopment group in Springfield, and they have already contacted that group and the Board of Ed and the township. And I think that I think the testimony was very clear that the cooperation element was in place and the stipulations were specified as to everyone that we were discussing. And I have confidence that we should have a motion of approval, and I will make it.
Wait, draft a resolution of approval.
Excuse me?
Authorizing me to draft a resolution of approval.
Yes, ma'am.
With the necessary stipulations.
But not voting on it tonight, just drafting it.
What I would be doing, drafting a resolution of approval that includes all of the stipulations that have been agreed to, that have been contained in the reports that they said they would agree to, that Mr. Leventhal discussed this evening. It gives me the opportunity to capture all of the stipulations after tonight. That's what it does.
But it's not a vote, but you're not saying it's a vote of approval tonight.
You're not voting yes or no on the actual application. You're authorizing me to draft a resolution of approval.
I am. Not that I would have preferred that specifically, but I think that's how we can move this along.
I second
So
that.
that's your motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded.
Mary?
Yes.
Mary Net?
Yes.
Jody Sharma?
Yes.
Joy Siegel?
Yes.
Steve Toger?
Yes.
Wolfgang Tutoris?
Yes.
Jessica Glatt?
Yes.
Joseph Steinberg?
Yes.
Now my next question, Eileen, what is our time for decision on this application? Gail,
Okay.
I don't have to tell you that the legislature completely messed up on their recent legislation, and they converted a 120-day time for decision to a 60-day time for decision.
Yep. All right, so the application was deemed complete on June 11th, which means 60 days after that would bring us to July 11th would be 30. Where's my calendar?
We're there now.
We're there.
Yeah.
I got my lawyer's diary out. Except I can't see it in the dark.
We'll consent to the next meeting. If that helps you.
Consent, yeah, that would be perfect.
Yeah, we're,
Consent through, I think it's September 21st.
yes, our meeting is September 21st.
Okay, so why don't, so Gil,
We'll do to the 22nd in case the meeting goes late on the 21st.
okay, to September 22nd.
Hopefully the meeting won't go late on the 21st. I was just saying that for a little bit of levity.
Well, the good news is you'll be probably first. The resolution will be first because
Good.
there's going to be, I think we have another large application on that evening.
We
Oh.
do? Yes, we do.
Okay.
With objectors.
Okay, so
Oh,
you'll prepare a resolution and get it out to everybody.
Yeah,
Yes?
I will get it out to the board, and once the board is satisfied, I will get it out to Gail Price so she can review it with her client.
Terrific.
that would be great. Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank
we
you,
will
Gail.
see. Is there any other matters to come before the board that is not on the agenda? I hear none and I see none. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mary.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I
Aye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Right.
Bye, Nicole. Good night, Joe.
I have to find that thing first.
Oh.
There it